Warning: this article contains spoilers from Sacred Games on Netflix. Netflix dropped its rich and gritty adaptation of Vikram Chandra's epic novel Sacred Games earlier this month to rave reviews. All 8 episodes from Season 1 were dropped on the streaming platform worldwide in one go, allowing viewers to binge-watch them. Sacred Games Season 1 only covers the first quarter of the 1,000-page novel, and it's expected that there will be 3 more runs to complete the adaptation. Netflix hasn't officially confirmed whether Series 2 of Sacred Games will be happening, but it's looking positive for the drama, which is the service's first Indian original series. While nothing is yet set in stone, actor Saif Ali Khan, who plays police detective Sartai Singh, told DNA in an interview, "Yes, we should be out with 1 season every year, if that's the way ahead." He also suggested that filming on a second run would be likely to begin in September this year. With this in mind, fans have started asking questions about Season 2 and the big villain. Here's what we know so far about Big Baddie of the possible next series. Will there be another series of Sacred Games? A source told the publication that TV priest Guruji, played by Pankaj Tripathi, would have a more prominent role in Season 2. Guruji was only briefly seen in Season 1, and right at the end revealed Ganesh Gaiton's Nawazuddin Siddiqui, third father and one of the people who had betrayed him. The insider said that filming would begin in November in Mumbai, and that Guruji would have a central role alongside Nawazuddin. They went on to say that Guruji was the real mastermind of the plot that threatens to wipe out Mumbai. Season 1 finished on a shocking cliffhanger after Sartai found Gaiton's secret underground bunker, which appeared to be stocked up and ready to withstand a nuclear or chemical attack. Sacred Games ending explained Sartai also discovered a seemingly dead man, slumped over and tied to a chair, who was hinted to be villain Trivedi, Ketar Agent Tripathi. The tenacious policeman only made the discovery after watching a program featuring TV priest Guruji, Pankaj Tripathi, who was talking about mandalas. Guruji revealed that mandalas, which are intricate representations of the universe in Hinduism, were gateways and often put over entrances and exits. Sartai realized that there was a mandala on the floor of Gaiton's hideout, which was the secret entrance to the bunker. Given Guruji's TV show, he is clearly an important figure within Sacred Games, but also a highly powerful one who will be hard to capture. Is Trivedi dead in Sacred Games? Although Guruji's motives for the threat to India appear mysterious, it's likely that fans will find out in Season 2 how he and Gaiton became inextricably intertwined. It's likely that audiences will also see in flashbacks how their relationship developed and how B became Gaiton's third father. There are also questions over whether Trivedi, who was the mainly unseen villain in Season 1, is still alive and if he will be in the next run. Sacred Games features 2 timelines, so it's entirely likely we will see more of the eccentric character in the second cycle. Sacred Games is available to watch on Netflix now. Sadiq Khan yesterday threatened a new race row with Donald Trump by asking why he was being singled out for blame over terror attacks. Launching a furious counterattack, the Labour mayor said Paris, Nice, Brussels and Berlin had all suffered atrocities, but the US president only ever mentioned London. Allies claim the president is targeting Mr. Khan because he's a Muslim. Responding to the Sun's interview with Mr. Trump, the mayor said, like other cities, We suffered from terror attacks last year. We unfortunately lost 14 people. They're still in our thoughts and prayers. Manchester also suffered a terror attack and lost 22 people, including young people. Paris, Nice, Brussels, Berlin, cities in America all suffered terror attacks. Mr. Khan said, "It's for President Trump to explain why he singles me as the mayor of London out, not mayors of other cities." The bitter feud between the two erupted when Mr. Khan attacked the president's vow to ban Muslims from entering America. Speaking to The Sun, the president said the mayor had disrespected America by attacking him personally. He added the Labour heavyweight was doing a very bad job on terrorism by allowing so many migrants to settle in the capital. Mr. Khan yesterday insisted he loved America. He added, "This isn't about me, it really isn't about me. He has made it about me. I can't dictate what he does. That's for him to do." The amount of tweets President Trump has said about me, the amount of interviews he's given, talking about me, volunteering his views on me, that's a problem about him. My job as a mayor of London is to try and ensure that we as a city enjoy the rights we have. Labour's shadow Foreign Secretary Emily Thornberry labelled Donald Trump a bully and said she felt sorry for Theresa May. She said, "He behaves like some sort of toddler rampage." Safety fears have been raised over a revolutionary gene editing tool hailed as one of the greatest innovations of medicine in recent decades. Scientists have warned the genetic damage caused by the CRISPR/Cas9 technology, known as CRISPR, have been seriously underestimated before now. They have uncovered evidence the gene editing tool causes unwanted mutations that may prove dangerous, and is much less safe than once thought. Critics fear CRISPR may be used to snip damaging genes from children before they are born, such as those that cause Huntington's disease or blindness. Others remain concerned it could create designer babies by allowing parents to choose their hair color, height, or even traits such as intelligence. The study adds to the worries, as scientists found CRISPR can introduce hundreds of potentially harmful mutations that standard tests may not spot. Some trials have made similar findings, with a study last month claiming the tool could cause cancer by making cells less able to repair DNA damage. CRISPR, already used extensively in scientific research, can alter sections of DNA in cells by cutting at specific points and introducing changes at that location. Wellcome Sanger Institute scientists tested the effects of CRISPR on both mouse and human cells in the laboratory. An array of trials on the gene editing tool have shown little unforeseen mutations in the DNA at the target site. But the first assessment of CRISPR's unexpected effects revealed it caused extensive mutations, but further away from the target site. Many of the cells snipped by the technology had large genetic rearrangements, such as DNA deletions and insertions. Researchers warned these could lead to important genes being switched on or off, which could have major implications for CRISPR's use in real-life therapies. Standard genotyping tests for detecting DNA changes missed the genetic damage because they were too far away from the target site to be spotted. CRISPR-Cas9 is a tool for making precise edits in DNA, discovered in bacteria. The acronym stands for Clustered Regularly Interspaced Palindromic Repeats. The technique involves a DNA cutting enzyme and a small tag which tells the enzyme where to cut. By editing this tag, scientists are able to target the enzyme to specific regions of DNA and make precise cuts, wherever they like. It has been used to silence genes, effectively switching them off. When cellular machinery repairs the DNA break, it removes a small snip of DNA. In this way, researchers can precisely turn off specific genes in the genome. The approach has been used previously to edit the HBB gene responsible for a condition called thalassemia. Professor Alan Bradley, study co-author, said, "We found that changes in the DNA have been seriously underestimated before now. This is the first systematic assessment of unexpected events resulting from CRISPR/Cas9 editing in therapeutically relevant cells. Some have suggested the technology could be used to remove damaging genes from children before they are born, such as those that cause Huntington's disease or hereditary blindness. Yet the technology may also be used to insert genes for desired traits, such as blonde hair or above-average height. If science's understanding of genetics improves, the technology may also one day be used to insert genes that encode certain skills, such as musical ability. Designer baby critics also argue only wealthy people could likely afford such technologies. In the future, U.S. health insurers may also reject patients who have not undergone genetic selection out of concerns they have a higher disease risk. Dr. Luam Hudgens, who studies prenatal genetic screening and diagnosis at Stanford, adds genetically screening fetuses for diseases is not supported by medical associations, and therefore health insurers will unlikely pay for such treatment in the near future. Critics add people's upbringings and life experiences also have a substantial impact on traits such as intelligence. Dr. Richard Scott Jr., a founding partner of Reproductive Medicine Associates of New Jersey, added, "Your child may not turn out to be the three-sport All-American at Stanford." Michael Kosicki, first author, revealed it became abundantly clear something unexpected was happening during the study. The researchers then began looking at the effects systematically, to see if the effects of CRISPR held true. The work, in the journal Nature Biotechnology, has implications for how CRISPR is used therapeutically and is likely to re-spark interests in finding alternatives. Professor Maria Jasson, from the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, New York, who was not involved in the study, called for further trials. She said, "This study is the first to assess the repertoire of genomic damage arising at a CRISPR cleavage site. This study shows that further research and specific testing is needed before CRISPR is used clinically." Professor Robin Lovell Badge of the Francis Crick Institute said, "It is hard to know whether the few results in this short paper are significant or not." The authors claim that they find unsuspected DNA damage associated with the use of CRISPR genome editing. This has been seen before, albeit rarely, and is obviously something that would need to be checked in any clinical application of the methods. The authors suggest that these alterations in DNA, which tend to be at or close to the target site, occur at much higher levels than anticipated. Dr. Francesca Forzano, consultant in clinical genetics and genomics. She quit her $5,000 a night escorting career after falling in love with Channel 7 newsreader Ryan Phelan last year. And heartbroken Samantha X, 44, has revealed that her confidence was utterly shattered when they parted ways in January after 3 months together. When my relationship with Ryan ended abruptly, I completely lost my direction, she told Daily Mail Australia on Wednesday. Scroll down for video. Samantha, whose real name is Amanda Goff, added, "I stopped writing. I lost my drive and passion, and my confidence was utterly shattered. But fortunately, I have wonderful friends who rallied round me, and my old clients were on the phone asking if I needed anything." She explained that she pored over the pages of her own books, Hooked and its sequel Back on Top, to rebuild her self-esteem. "I receive emails from women daily on how they got so much power and courage from my books that they have taken into their own lives, and the emails kept coming after my split with Ryan," Samantha said. "It took for me to reread my own books to find that power again." The former journalist added that she didn't regret her relationship with Ryan, however, and was open to finding love again. "I have zero regrets about giving up for love, and if someone else came into my life, I would do it all again, just not as quickly," she said. Samantha's decision to hang up her heels came after she fell for her now ex-boyfriend Ryan. Samantha and Ryan first confirmed their relationship last October, with the blonde bombshell sharing several photos from their European getaway. She then announced that October 24th was the end of her escorting days. Sharing a page from her diary on Instagram, she wrote, "There it is in black and white, folks. October 24th, hanging up the heels day. New life awaits." Writing what she believed to be true at the time, she explained, "This isn't I'm taking a break but I'll be back blog, this is it. The end of escorting for me, but the beginning of something even more wonderful." Despite her declaration, the mother of two announced her return to escorting this week, claiming that the other parents at school supported her decision. "It was a strength from other women, from school moms to other escorts, who helped me feel at peace in bringing Samantha back minus any shame and fear of judgment," she said. "Time to slip into my high heels, slick on some lip gloss, and bring back Samantha. Since announcing my return, my inbox has been flooded with support from men and women, mostly women. I've made peace with who I am now. I love being Samantha, I love escorting, I love everything about it. I love the companionship, the excitement, the elements of a relationship without the headache. Some people say you can't do this job forever, but why the hell not? I've always said I'd rather wear lace gloves than oven gloves." Samantha also told Daily Mail Australia that her alter ego was partly inspired by sex and the City's Samantha Jones, played by Kim Cattrall. "I created Samantha based on Madeline West's escort character Mel from the TV series Satisfaction and Samantha Jones from SAC. Both were empowered, confident, strong and owned their sexuality," she explained. "I admired that female fierceness. My own version of Samantha gave me confidence and strength. And I always say Samantha is far more exciting than the real me. So when I gave up my alter ego Samantha, I lost a bit of myself too." Samantha added that her brief foray into the dating world after her retirement left her thoroughly underwhelmed. "I was asked out by a very handsome young man recently, and when I politely told him I wasn't in the headspace for dating, he said, 'Oh, I just want to have sex with you. I have just broken up with my girlfriend and just want sex,'" she recalled. "He had no idea I was in the adult industry. I thought, is this what dating is like now? I was so incensed. I nearly told him my hourly rates. Samantha reasoned that going back to sex work represented her taking control of her own life and not waiting for someone on a white horse to rescue her. Life is flexible. What you think your life was going to be can change in a flash, and you just have got to keep going, she said. No one is going to come galloping by on a white horse to rescue you. You need to do what makes you happy. During a 2014 interview on Sunday night, Samantha X explained how boredom at work led to her transition from a divorced mother to a highly paid escort. Her journey began in 2012, when the Samoan government has ordered doctors to stop administering a vaccination protecting against the measles, mumps and rubella. The nationwide halt was requested after 2 babies died minutes after receiving the MMR vaccination on July 6. The babies were rushed to Safoter Hospital in Savai'i but couldn't be saved. The first baby, a 1-year-old girl, died within 3 minutes of being injected with the vaccine, TV1 Samoa reported. 2 hours later, a second family brought in their 1-year-old boy to be vaccinated, but refused to go through with it after hearing about the earlier death. The nurse allegedly injected the boy without the parents' consent, and he died within 1 minute. An immediate withdrawal of the vaccine was ordered by Ministry of Health CEO Dmitrii Donskoi. A forensic autopsy on the 2 babies has also been requested. Their deaths are being investigated by police. Prime Minister Dui Lepalupesolier Dr. Salel Muli Lagawi expressed his condolences to the families via Facebook. There are already processes that will determine if negligence is a factor. And if so, rest assured those processes will be implemented to the letter to ensure that such a tragedy will not be repeated and those responsible will be made to answer. Saudi Arabia has banned a series of video games amid allegations 2 children killed themselves while playing the online game Blue Whale. Grand Theft Auto V, Assassin's Creed 2 and The Witcher are among 47 games being outlawed by the Saudi General Commission for Audiovisual Media for unspecified violations of rules and regulations. The ban was in response to the deaths of a 13-year-old girl and a 12-year-old boy in the kingdom. They reportedly killed themselves after playing the so-called Blue Whale social media game, though the agency did not say what the connection was. Also known as a Blue Whale Challenge, participants are said to be given a series of tasks to complete, capped with killing themselves at the end. It's thought a group administrator assigns daily tasks to members, which they have to complete over 50 days. The horrific tasks include self-harming, watching horror movies, and waking up at unusual hours, but these gradually get more extreme. It has previously been reported that on the 50th day of the challenge, the controlling Saudi Arabian billionaire Prince Alwaleed bin Talal, who was detained for 3 months by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, has now pledged support of the fellow royal. Despite spending 3 months holed up at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel as part of Crown Prince Mohammed's anti-corruption campaign, Prince Alwaleed says he completely backs his program of sweeping reforms to Saudi Arabia. He declared his support of his royal cousin on Twitter, posted alongside a photograph of the pair smiling and embracing after a meeting yesterday. I was honored to meet with my brother HRH the Crown Prince and to discuss economic matters and the private sector's future and role in Vision 2030 success, he tweeted with a photograph. It is the first publicly disclosed meeting between the two men since the anti-corruption crackdown was launched in November. I shall be one of the biggest supporters of the vision throughout Kingdom_KHC and all its affiliates, Prince Alwaleed added, referring to his international investment company. Vision 2030 is Prince Mohammed's scheme to wean the world's top crude exporter off oil revenues and open up Saudi's cloistered lifestyles. The corruption sweep alarmed the Saudi business community as well as international investors the kingdom is courting to support the reforms. Prince Alwaleed, the kingdom's most recognized business figure, was freed in January after being held at Riyadh's Ritz-Carlton Hotel along with scores of royals, senior officials and businessmen, most of whom reached financial settlements with the authorities. He said in March he had cut a deal, but declined to disclose the details. He said he was in discussions with the Public Investment Fund, the sovereign wealth fund chaired by the Crown Prince, about making joint investments inside the kingdom. He previously told Reuters that he was innocent and expected to keep full control of his firm. In the absence of more information, speculation has run rampant about whether Prince Alwaleed secured his freedom by forfeiting part of his fortune. One says, SBS host Lucy Zelic has let emotion get the better of her on national television as she spoke about her family's homeland Croatia playing their first World Cup final. Proudly sporting a Croatian jersey in honor of her heritage during the pre-match coverage with SBS co-host and former Sox hero Craig Foster, the usually composed Zelic choked back tears while discussing the adversities the country has overcome since gaining independence from Yugoslavia in 1991. Croatia booked their World Cup final showdown against France following a heart-stopping extra-time win against England. They've used that adversity to channel it. It's deeply ingrained in their DNA and their culture, and it's also the rhetoric that comes out from coach Zlatko Dalic, from the players, Zelic said. Zelic then momentarily lost her composure while reading out a quote from star Ivan Rakitic in lead-up to the final. "I'm sorry, this is the line from Rakitic that got me," she said while wiping away tears. "If there was a stadium big enough for 4.5 million people it would be full. And I'm sorry, apologies, for crying. It's a really big deal for the Croatians, for the players and what it means to us." The heartwarming moment divided fans on social media. "Bring back Les Murray and Johnny Warren so we wouldn't have to watch these two," one critic posted. But another added, "Got to love a girl proud of her heritage. You cry all you want, Lucy. Her parents migrated to Australia 50 years ago and is the sister of former Australian Socceroos Ned and Stan Zelic." On Saturday, Zelic posted a video on Instagram of Croatian fans in Russia celebrating their World Cup final berth. "I've been in Russia for 5 weeks now and missed my loved ones terribly, but when I heard the Croatian anthem being sung on my way back to the hotel, I instantly felt right at home." When Marilyn Monroe agreed to pose nude for a sexy calendar shoot in 1949, the then broken out-of-work actress never expected the photos to resurface on the cover of Playboy just a few years later. She also certainly never could have predicted that in 2018, the now iconic image would be replicated in cake form. But Lulu Cake Boutique in Scarsdale, New York has made the unpredictable move, rendering a very realistic and very naked Marilyn out of fondant and sprinkles. Edible magazine in Westchester and Hudson Valley are putting out a special food porn themed issue this summer. The centerfold of this issue was designed by Lulu's senior cake designers Lily Pear and Jay Muse. Why not? Marilyn in all her Playboy pin-up glory. Muse told Delish. The cake took a whopping 14 hours to make, and is 5 long and 150 pounds. It's entirely edible, and is made of vanilla cake, mascarpone filling, marzipan, white chocolate, and sprinkles. The top features a fondant version of the red silk background of her famous nude shoot. Marilyn lays naked on top, surrounded by colorful confetti sprinkles. Her torso was the easiest part, said Muse. Surprisingly, her hair was the trickiest part. The image is certainly recognizable, even if seeing it made out of sugar is something new. Back in '49, Marilyn was struggling to make ends meet when she agreed to pose nude for photographer Tom Kelly. Just 22 at the time, she made a paltry $50 for the shoot, and was assured that her identity would be hidden. "You must promise to never tell anyone about my posing for you in the nude," she reportedly told him. "I want you to promise me that you will take the pictures so that I wouldn't be recognizable in them." In 1951, the image ran in the Western Lithograph Company's Golden Dreams calendar. By then she'd earned a bit of fame for All About Eve, and the media began to speculate that the photo was her. With scandal brewing, Marilyn, who had recently signed a new 7-year contract with 20th Century, was urged by the company to deny that the photos were of her and told they would ruin her career. Instead, though, the actress decided to tell the truth, explaining in an interview that she had been poor and struggling at the time. And rather than turning on her, the public sympathized. In fact, her star rose even higher. In December of 1953, Hugh Hefner licensed the photo. The sister of convicted drug smuggler Schapelle Corby has taken to social media to describe claims taxpayers funded her sister's return to Australia as fake news. Mercedes Corby took to Instagram to hit back after reports emerged of the extraordinary measures taken to return Schapelle to Australia in May last year. "9 News, I would like to know where you came up with this BS." Mercedes posted to her 24,200 followers. "Taxpayers did not pay 1 cent towards my sister's return home. We paid our own airline tickets, and our good friend John from Tora Solutions helped organize her safe trip back. The government/taxpayers did not pay a cent. Why have you broadcast this fake news?" Schapelle then reposted her sister's social media rant to her 184,000 Instagram followers. "Breaking news, you know nothing," she wrote. Tora Solutions also took to Instagram to deny the claims. Tora Solutions would like to confirm that no taxpayer funds were received or used in the return of Schapelle Corby, the company posted. Further, Schapelle Corby and her sister Mercedes Corby funded their flights home, and the vehicles deployed for the extraction from Brisbane Airport was a private arrangement between Tora Solutions and Lamoso Australia. It comes after documents emerged detailing the extraordinary measures taken to return Schapelle to Australia with the help of the police and the federal government. Switching flights, body doubles and emergency media conferences were just some of the plans outlined in the preparation documents for when Corby returned to Australia from Bali in May 2017. Nine News reported. Members of the Australian Federal Police, Brisbane Airport and Australian Border Force allegedly collaborated with her security details to pull off the operation, the report claims. According to the documents, the priority of the mission was to smuggle Corby back into Australia without the media or the public noticing. Government officials and Brisbane Airport both justified the elaborate plans as a way to keep the peace. Corby was jailed in Bali for 9 years for smuggling more than 4 kilograms of cannabis into Indonesia in a boogie board bag. She was booked on a Virgin flight, but was switched to a Malindo Airlines plane in Denpasar. Corby and her sister, Mercedes, along with their private security detail, were first provided with motorized cards to travel through the airport faster. While she disembarked from the plane, other passengers were held on board, airline staff preventing them from using their smartphones until Corby was off the aircraft. She was escorted to a side door and then into the airport via the concourse, skipping the duty-free section and accessing express customs processing. Under wraps and surrounded by staff from her personal security company, Tora Solutions, Corby was escorted to private vehicles, many of which were decoys, while a press briefing. A teenage girl in Thailand has a parasitic twin growing out of her chest, complete with 2 extra arms and fingers. Now 14-year-old Veronica Comingas from Iligan City, in the Philippines, is finally going to get the help she needs. She was born with surplus limbs and an oblong-shaped torso which belonged to a parasitic twin which did not develop properly. The extra parts continue to grow and Veronica even cleans her living twin and cuts their fingernails for them. Locals have now raised money for her to fly to neighboring Thailand for an operation to remove them. Veronica said, "When I was little, I thought it was just a foot, but as I grew up, it became bigger. It's heavy, it limits my movement. It keeps swinging. My dress often gets wet." Veronica's mother, Flora Comingas, said their family has a history of twins. She was not able to see a doctor during her pregnancy but knew she was having twins, and even named both. Flora said that Veronica's navel would always get wet because of the liquid that comes out of it. She added, "The liquid that comes out of the opening smells bad, like human excretion." According to Veronica's doctor, the extra limbs can be removed through a simple operation. Dr. Bade Espineta, a pediatric surgeon at the Philippine Children's Medical Center, said, "Most of these cases can be removed because, usually, the body structures involved are not vital. Most of them are just attached to the skin or bones. For surgeons, it is easy to remove." Veronica is now waiting to have her twin removed as soon as possible. The local government office in her village, which has her under its welfare care system, said she is due to fly to Thailand in the coming weeks. A spokesman from the Barangay Council of Cabazon said, "It has been arranged for Veronica to have an operation. Life has not been easy for her, but she's a very sensible, clever and mature girl. We pay for your stories. Couples trying for a baby should have sex before 7:30 a.m. on spring mornings if they want to become pregnant," research suggests. Scientists claim sperm have their own 24-hour internal clock, and they are most potent in the early hours of the morning. Swiss researchers also discovered that sperm is of its healthiest size and shape to fertilize an egg during March, April and May. University Hospital Zurich experts analyzed semen samples from 7,068 men, aged between 25 and 40, undergoing fertility treatment. The samples were cross-checked for sperm concentration, total sperm count, progressive motility and normal morphology. Lead author Dr. Bridget Lehners said, "Male semen quality varies with both circadian and circannual rhythms. Collection of semen in the early morning, where semen quality was highest, can be used to improve natural fertility." However, she added that the findings could also be used to boost the chances of conceiving through fertility treatments. Semen collected in the spring months of March, April and May had the greatest concentration of sperm. Significant decreases were noted in the summer. Infertility increases a woman's chance of dying early by 10% compared to women who have had children, a University of Pennsylvania study found in October. Having fertility problems also raised the chance of getting breast cancer by 43%, and increased the chances of dying from diabetes. But having children protects women from dying prematurely, research presented at the annual Congress of the American Society for Reproductive Medicine in San Antonio showed, suggesting giving birth has a rejuvenating effect on a woman's body. Whether having children prolongs or shortens a woman's life has long been debated. One school of thought holds that being pregnant and giving birth to a child takes its toll on a woman. An opposing view is that being infertile may be a sign of underlying health problems, which may worsen overall health. While samples collected in the early morning, before 7:30 a.m., showed the highest levels of concentration and normal morphology. The study, published in the scientific journal Chronobiology International, comes amid a rise of infertility. As many as 1 in 7 couples has difficulty conceiving, according to the NHS. And studies suggest poor semen quality is a factor in up to half of cases. Fertility experts across the world today welcomed the study of sperm samples, but warned its findings should be treated with caution. Dr. Hanna Visnova, medical director of the IVF Cube Fertility Clinic in Prague, told Mail Online, "Sperm collection is clearly a vital aspect of any IVF procedure. So if we can maximize the potency of a sample, then that's to be encouraged. Yet the evidence relating to the best times of the day, or the year, for that to take place is conflicting and controversial." She added men with a low sperm count should not bank on having morning sex, and may still need medical help to achieve their dreams of having kids. World health officials class low sperm count to be anything fewer than 15 million sperm per milliliter of semen. High school girls may be famed for their social cliques, but it is actually boys who form tightly knit groups, new research have shown. Experts found that secondary school-age boys form stronger friendships than girls and tend to stick to their peer group more closely. Factors such as location and timetable may have an impact on the social networks that children develop, experts say. They also found that, on average, popularity tends to remain unchanged throughout a child's time at school. Researchers say that understanding how people mix in social situations can help predict the spread of diseases. Scroll down for video. The research was conducted by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine (LSHTM) in partnership with the University of Cambridge. Experts set out to understand the mechanisms behind the formation and survival of friendship groups in adolescence. They surveyed 460 pupils across 4 UK secondary schools over a 5-month period at the start of 2015. A total of 1,254 surveys were submitted by members of Year 7 detailing information including who they spent most of their time with. The 4 schools were selected to be representative of different geographical and socio-economic settings, including rural and urban and single-sex and mixed-sex schools. Dr. Adam Kaczarski, lead author at LSHTM, said, "Previous studies have typically looked at social interactions over a single day, so there has been limited information available on how much variation there might be in social mixing patterns over time in schools. Showing boys are potentially more cliquey than girls, perhaps going against gender stereotypes, and that popular children remain popular over time, is an interesting social insight, but for mathematical modelers this type of information is also extremely valuable. Good decision-making skills can be learned, and there are 6 key steps parents can employ to encourage better teen decision-making, according to James McHugh, a lecturer in psychology and criminology at Edith Cowan University. The children studied had a tendency to form well-defined groups and were reluctant to move between different cliques, researchers found. Only small differences were reported by individuals over the 5-month span. This shows that social mobility in adolescence may be lacking, with popular and less popular children unlikely to lose these labels over time. The characteristics of social networks were found to be mainly dependent on gender and to a lesser extent on other factors, such as school class. Understanding age-specific social mixing patterns is vital for studying outbreaks of infectious diseases like flu and measles which can spread rapidly, particularly among children, Dr. Kaczarski added. It's useful to find that mixing patterns are fairly consistent, as this suggests it will be easier to analyze social interactions among children than was previously thought. It also shows the value of working directly with schools to study these questions. The full findings of the research was published in the journal PLOS One. A new study by researchers at Dartmouth College has found that friends are exceptionally similar to each other in how they perceive and respond to the world around them. The findings revealed that similar neural responses are strongest among friends, and this pattern appeared to manifest across brain regions involved in emotional responding, directing one's attention and high-level reasoning. Even when the researchers controlled for variables, including left-handed or right-handedness, age, gender, ethnicity, and nationality, the similarity in neural activity among friends was still evident. This similarity in neural response decreases with increasing distance in real-world social networks. The researchers found that you can predict who people are friends with just by looking at how their brains respond to video clips. Friends had the most similar neural activity patterns, followed by friends of friends who, in turn, had more similar neural activity than people 3 degrees removed, friends of friends of friends. The team also found that fMRI response similarities could be used to predict not only if a pair were friends, but also the social distance between the two. This phenomenon may be due to the fact that individuals tend to befriend others who are similar to them, and similarities among friends may reflect deeper similarities in how we perceive, interpret, and respond to the world. For the study, the researchers built on their earlier work, which found that as soon as you see someone you know, your brain immediately. Vaping devices like the popular Juul may raise oral cancer risks just as much as traditional cigarettes, new research warns. In fact, those who used smokeless tobacco devices had the highest levels of certain carcinogenic chemicals linked to cancers of the mouth and throat out of any group of tobacco product users. Many of the estimated 8 million adults that use e-cigarettes have chosen them as safer alternatives to combustible cigarettes. But the devices are still quite new, and the full scope of their health effects is being determined. Scientists at the University of California, San Francisco discovered vapors may not be much safer from nicotine or cancers of the throat and mouth than they were when they were smoking cigarettes. U.S. regulators treat adults' e-cigarette use with a sort of cautious optimism, and teenagers' use of the devices as somewhat alarming. All tobacco products contain nicotine, the compound responsible for both the buzz and the hard-to-break addiction associated with smoking or vaping or dipping. Regular cigarettes contain some 7,000 chemicals, and smoking them means inhaling compounds from tar, formaldehyde, tar and carbon monoxide, among others. E-cigarette liquid contains fewer dangerous substances that we know of so far, but just because we know of fewer harms from them does not mean they are completely safe. Past research has identified traces of metals in e-cigarette liquids, and other studies suggest the device's cardiovascular effects may be as bad or worse than those of traditional cigarettes. But the relationship between e-cigarettes and cancers, including lung, throat and oral, are still being discovered and are a priority to the research collaborators at the International and American Associations for Dental Research (IADR). To expand our understanding of vaping's carcinogenic risks, researchers at the University of California, San Francisco looked at markers of overall nicotine intake and levels of a group of carcinogens called tobacco-specific nitrosamines (SNAs). When they measured these in the urine of some 49,000 Americans who smoke, use smokeless tobacco and non-smokers, they found that there were more similarities between users of smokeless tobacco and smokers than between the former and non-smokers. Unsurprisingly, everyone that used any form of tobacco had elevated levels of nicotine in their systems, according to the findings presented at IADR's annual Congress last week. But more importantly, markers of SNAs were actually higher in those who used smokeless tobacco products, including chewing tobacco users, e-cigarette users, and those who used both smokeless and combustible tobacco. There was some measure of good news for e-cigarette users in the study. Those who only vaped had lower levels of the two chemicals associated with oral and lung cancers, respectively. Because about 80% of those with oral cancers use combustible or chewing tobacco or snuff, e-cigarettes may have at least marginally lower effects on risks for this disease. Similarly, cigarette smoking is linked to somewhere between 80 and 90% of lung cancers. But the bigger issue is that the majority of the population the researchers took samples from still use both smokeless and combustible tobacco products. This puts a bit of a wrinkle in the widely held notion that while e-cigarettes may get teenagers addicted to nicotine and lead ultimately to cigarette smoking, they could also be an important smoking cessation tool for adults. The analysis shows that the vast majority of non-cigarette tobacco users are exposed to carcinogen levels comparable to if you want to convince your friends you're rich, buy an iPhone. season your food with soy sauce, and get a Samsung TV for the house. That's according to new research that shows that owning an Apple iPhone is now the most common sign of wealth. The smartphone brand has topped a list of brands most likely to indicate a high level of income, with the Apple iPad in close second. Samsung TVs were another strong indicator of a well-paid job, with Android handsets, the primary competitor to the iPhone, only just beating out soy sauce. The research into brands most likely to portray wealth was conducted as part of a new study from the United States National Bureau of Economic Research. Researchers claim those who carry an iPhone have a 69% chance of being a high-income individual, which they define as being in the top quartile of income for households of a certain type, like single adult or couple with dependents, for example. Scroll down for video. The latest National Bureau of Economic Research study used the most recent data, which was gathered back in 2016, and compared it with similar datasets from 1992 and 2004 to track the change in brands favored by high-income consumers. The data was obtained by MediaMark Research Intelligence, which had a sample size of around 6,300 American consumers. The company used a mixture of written questionnaires, as well as face-to-face interviews to work out information on household income. According to the University of Chicago economists, owning an iPhone is a cultural trait most indicative of being rich in the United States at the moment. Across all years in our data, no individual brand is as predictive of being high income as owning an Apple iPhone, wrote University of Chicago economists Marianne Bertrand and Amir Kamenika, who authored the new study. In previous years, a similar status was awarded to Grey Poupon Dijon mustard, which had a 62.2% chance of being found in a wealthy household in 1992. Land O'Lakes regular butter, which retails for $5.49 for 16 ounces, £4.12 for 0.4 L, was the brand most likely to indicate wealth status in the 2004 data set. The most recent data showed those who own an Apple-branded smartphone are most likely to be in the top 25% of earners. Elsewhere on the list, researchers found Kikkoman-branded soy sauce, Samsung-made televisions, and Cascade Complete washing detergent were all brands typically linked to high income. The latter, equivalent to other P&G brands like Fairy or Bold, was in 9th place, just ahead of Ziploc bags, a US-only brand for resealable freezer bags. US mobile networks Verizon and AT&T, akin to EE and Vodafone in the UK, also scored highly on the list, showing the emphasis on smartphone as an indicator of wealth. The iPhone is the most common sign of wealth in the United States, a new study from the United States National Bureau of Economic Research found. University of Chicago economists try to track the change in brands favored by high-income earners in the United States. To do this, the researchers used survey data from more than 6,300 Americans, which was gathered in 2016, and compared it with similar datasets from 1992 and 2004. According to the University of Chicago economists, owning an iPhone is a cultural trait most indicative of being rich in the United States today. Across all years in our data, no individual brand is as predictive of being high income as owning an Apple iPhone, wrote University of Chicago economists Marianne Bertrand and Amir Kamenika, who authored the new study. Grey Poupon Dijon mustard 62.2%, Kodak film 61.6%, Thomas branded muffins 61.5%, Cascade lemon detergent 59%, Scotch Magic 58.7%, Cut-Right waxed paper 57.7%, Philadelphia cream cheese 57.7%, Kikkoman soy sauce 57.5%, Hellmann's mayonnaise 57.4%, Sylvania TV set 57.4%, Apple iPhone 69.1%, Apple iPad 66.9%, Verizon mobile contract 61%, Android smartphone 59.5%, Kikkoman soy sauce 59%, HP printer or HP fax machine 58.2%, AT&T mobile contract 58.1%, Samsung TV set 58%, Cascade complete detergent 57.6%, Ziploc resealable bags 57.5%. Using an iPad was the second strongest indicator of wealth, the 2016 data showed. iPhone and iPad devices are typically more expensive than rival devices from other hardware manufacturers, including the likes of Samsung, Google and OnePlus. The flagship iPhone X, which was announced back in September 2017, starts from £999 $999 and rises to £1,149 $1,149 for the 256 GB capacity model. The 12.9-inch iPad Pro, the flagship tablet in the lineup, can cost as much as £1,249 $1,279 for the 512 GB storage option with cellular connectivity. Apple also sells a keyboard for its iPad Pro devices for £169 $169 and £89 $99 for its Apple Pencil stylus, which allows users to annotate and draw on the glass display. Knowing whether someone owns an iPad in 2016 allows us to guess correctly whether the person is in the top or bottom income quartile 69% of the time, The Economist wrote. Gadgets built by the company co-founded by Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak were not only a strong indicator of wealth, but also hinted at a higher level of education. Data from the researchers also showed those who own an iPhone are 62.4% more likely to be educated to at least a degree level. The specific goods reflect waves of technological innovation, with the more educated separating themselves from the less educated by being earlier adopters of new technologies, the study notes. Apple iPad was the second most likely indicator of a college level of education, while owning an Amazon Kindle e-reader, subscribing to Netflix, and buying coffee from Starbucks all featured in the top 10 list. Buying Kodak film and owning Windows XP were the strongest indicator of a higher level of education in similar studies back in 1992 and 2004. Respectively. The National Bureau of Economic Research study was designed to see whether different groups in the United States, rich and poor, black and white, men and women, have seen their preferences in consumer brands, media consumption, and social attitudes diverge over time. The economists used a machine learning algorithm to conclude that cultural differences, or how common brands and experiences vary between these groups, have remained constant. This takeaway runs against the popular narrative of the U.S. becoming an increasingly divided society, the researchers concluded. The full paper, Coming Apart? Cultural Differences in the United States Over Time, was recently published on the National Bureau of Economic Research website. Speculation has been building that Apple is slated to release a 6.1-inch iPhone next year that serves as a follow-up to the 10th anniversary iPhone X, the second-generation iPhone X. Horror fans with a bit of extra cash will be able to rent out a house for Halloween that was used in the iconic 1996 film Scream. The sprawling 5-bedroom, 4-bathroom house in Mills, California house, is where killer Stu Macher lived, and was featured in the finale scene. For only October 27 and 28, thrill seekers will have full access to a home which organizers insist will be filled with every last terrifying accessory from the film. Organizers Anthony Massey and Dmitrii Donskoi, who launched the party Scream Comes Home on Tuesday, said it will be filled with the iconic ghost masks and blood-drenched knives on Tuesday, TMZ reported. Keen partygoers would need to pay £152 $200 for a basic entry, or £1,330 $1,750 for an overnight package. Those with even more will be able to make personalized calls using the voice of sadistic serial killer Ghostface, Roger Caxon, for $125. But tickets for the lavish party and overnight package have already sold out. The frightening final party scene, where the high school students met their horrific ends, will be recreated on one night. Massey and Ragon told the website they splashed $22,000 to rent the property, so they are keen to have all the film's memorabilia on display. The mansion was used in the finale scene of the iconic film, which saw Stu Macher, Matthew Lillard, host a wild party for his classmates. Sydney Prescott, Neve Campbell, and her boyfriend Billy Loomis had gone upstairs for some alone time, but he was stabbed by Ghostface. We pay for your stories. Do you have a story for the Sun Online News team? Email us at tips@the-sun.co.uk or call 0207 782 4368. You can WhatsApp us on 07810 791 500. The heir to a multi-billion-dollar liquor fortune who helped fund XXXTentacion and the group's leader Keith Raniere with her family fortune was photographed leaving a Brooklyn courthouse on Tuesday after pleading not guilty to racketeering. Claire Bronfman, dressed in blue jeans and a white t-shirt, was seen leaving federal court after posting her $100 million bail. Bronfman kept her ankle monitor hidden under her jeans. Bronfman, the heir to a multi-billion-dollar liquor fortune and stepdaughter of British actor Nigel Havers, is accused of racketeering conspiracy in the new superseding indictment in the case. That indictment also accuses Nancy Salzman, her daughter Lauren, and SIF bookkeeper Kathy Russell of the same offenses. This brings the total number of members arrested to 6, with leader Keith Raniere and his right-hand woman Alison Mack having already been indicted back in May. Bronfman has hired Susan R. Netchels, one of the top white-collar attorneys in the country, to handle her case. Raniere and Bronfman conspired to commit identity theft arising out of a scheme to obtain the email usernames and passwords of perceived enemies and critics of Raniere in order to monitor their electronic communications, states a release from the U.S. Attorney's Office. Raniere and Bronfman participated in an identity theft conspiracy involving the use of credit card and banking information belonging to one of Raniere's sexual partners after her death in November 2016. Bronfman sent Raniere regular emails documenting expenses charged to the woman's credit card for Raniere's review and approval. Those expenses included payments to a chiropractor for Raniere's benefit, as well as thousands of dollars worth of clothing and shoe purchases for the mother of Raniere's child. Bronfman encouraged and induced the illegal entry into the United States of an alien for Bronfman's financial gain, engaging in international wire transfers to make it fraudulently appear that the victim had the financial resources to obtain an investor visa. Raniere and his inner circle, including the defendants Claire Bronfman, Allison Mack, Nancy Salzman, Lauren Salzman and Kathy Russell, also known as Prefect, and others known and unknown, comprised an organized criminal enterprise. The enterprise, reads the new indictment. The principal purpose of the enterprise was to obtain financial and personal benefits for the members of the enterprise by promoting the defendant Keith Raniere, also known as Vanguard, and by recruiting new members into the pyramid organizations. B. Promoting Raniere and recruiting others into the pyramid organizations. The members of the enterprise expected to receive financial opportunities and increased power and status within the enterprise. Among the criminal offenses that members of this group allegedly carried out are identity theft, harboring of aliens for financial gain, extortion, forced labor, sex trafficking, money laundering, wire fraud and obstruction of justice. Bronfman is not accused of sex trafficking. It was, however, Bronfman and her sister Sarah who helped woo Allison Mack when she considered joining the group, according to multiple sources who previously spoke with DailyMail.com. Mack was also aggressively recruited in hopes that she would become their Tom Cruise-like figure and publicize the group much like the actor had done with Scientology. The Bronfmans helped with this by flying Mack private, all part of the $150 million the two have allegedly put into XXXTentacion over the past 2 decades. Bronfman, 39, is the youngest daughter of Edgar Bronfman Sr., the billionaire philanthropist who was formerly head of Seagram. Her mother is Rita Webb, the British-born second wife of Bronfman, who would divorce and then remarry Edgar shortly after Bronfman's birth. Rita Webb, now known as Georgiana Bronfman, has since married British Chariots of Fire actor Nigel Havers, making Claire's stepdaughter. Rita and Edgar's second divorce split the family, with the girls living in England and Kenya with their mother while their father stayed in the United States. They would visit him in New York City as well as his nearby home in Westchester, and even took him to an XXXTentacion meeting at one point. When she was 17, Bronfman began to compete in equestrian events, something she would continue to do for a decade. She was ranked 12th in the country and 80th in the world at her peak. Bronfman gave it all up though for XXXTentacion. I retired from a very successful career as a professional show jumper because I wanted to do something more meaningful with my life, said Bronfman last year while defending Raniere. XXXTentacion is that. As I said, the programs help. I am happy, healthy and financially more successful than I have ever been. She and Sarah both decided to not only join XXXTentacion, but to relocate to upstate New York so they could become involved in teaching and training new members. Bronfman went one step further though and became involved in organizing Vanguard Week, The annual week-long celebration of Ranier's birthday brought together all of the group's members. The sisters were able to use their connections to attract big-name guests like the Dalai Lama, who visited the group and made an appearance in Albany after the Bronfmans put up a $1 million donation. That was done through the charitable organization they founded with Ranier, World Ethical Foundation's consortium. That money comes from their grandfather, who founded Bronfman's Distillers Corporation. Samuel Bronfman was born in Imperial Russia but immigrated to Canada, where he later purchased another liquor company, Joseph E. Seagram and Sons. He decided to change the name of the company given the success Seagram already had with their branded liquors such as Dewar's and Seven Crown. He purchased that company at the perfect time as Prohibition took effect in the United States, forcing many Americans to travel across the border to buy or consume liquor. The company would even ship liquor to a few northern cities, breaking no laws since they were producing the product in Montreal, where it was legal. His son Edgar would become CEO, and in 1933 took control of the first Seagram subsidiary in the United States. Edgar had 5 children with his first wife, Anne Loeb, Samuel, Matthew, Edgar Jr., Holly and Adam. Samuel made headlines when he was allegedly kidnapped in 1975 by 2 men who demanded $2.3 million ransom. The boy, 21, was eventually found in a Brooklyn apartment along with 2 other men and the ransom money stashed under a bed. One of the 2 kidnappers, who were both from Ireland, said that he and Samuel were lovers. His kidnappers were later acquitted when they claimed Samuel was in on the crime, and hoping to get a share of his father's wealth. That is something that the sisters were also accused of doing when in 2009 they claimed that a group was threatening to go public with damaging secrets if they did not hand over $2.1 million. Edgar and his most successful son, Edgar Jr., became estranged after he told his namesake that he should not marry first wife Sherry Brewer because she was black. Edgar's other 2 sons, Matthew and Adam, are both successful businessmen, while his daughter Holly moved to India and converted to Hindu, changing her name to Bhavani Lev. Claire and Sarah did not spend as much time with these siblings, however, given the fact that they lived on the other side of the world and were decades younger than their father's other children. That brought the sisters close, and now prison could tear them apart. Sarah is still a free woman, but her sister is facing some serious time behind bars if convicted on these charges. As alleged in the superseding indictment, for over a decade, Keith Raniere was the leader of a racketeering conspiracy in which he and members of his inner circle committed a broad range of serious crimes from identity theft and obstruction of justice to sex trafficking, all to promote and protect Raniere and NSIV, said U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of New York Richard Donahue in a statement. FBI Assistant Director in Charge William Sweeney also gave a statement on Tuesday. As alleged, this long-running conspiracy crossed multiple avenues of criminal activity, which included, among other things, electronic monitoring, identity theft, extortion, victim smuggling, and illegal trafficking of a victim after a period of unlawful confinement, said Sweeney. The details of these alleged crimes become more and more grim as we continue to dig deeper into the conduct of this organization and its intended mission. Today's superseding indictment highlights our commitment to bringing justice to NSIV's many victims. The past few months have been deeply painful for me, as I have seen my friends, associates, and the organization I care for come under fire. Some have asked me why I remain a member and why I still support XXXTentacion and Keith Raniere. The answer is simple: I've seen so much good come from both our programs and from Keith himself. It would be a tragedy to lose the innovative and transformational ideas and tools that continue to improve the lives of so many. There have been many defamatory accusations made and I have taken them seriously. Determining the truth is extremely important to me, and I can say firmly that neither XXXTentacion nor Keith have abused or coerced anyone. I retired from a very successful career as a professional show jumper because I wanted to do something more meaningful with my life. XXXTentacion is that. As I said, the programs help. I am happy, healthy and financially more successful than I have ever been. I frequently hear and witness stories of individuals improving relationships with loved ones, achieving business goals they never imagined, and overcoming some of the most debilitating conditions, amongst other things. My experience with Keith is no different. I have witnessed his kindness even in the hardest of times. I have seen world leaders, business leaders, doctors and others seek his counsel on some of the hardest topics, and I am inspired by the humility and compassion with which he approaches them all. I know him to be a man dedicated to the betterment of A second suspect has been arrested in connection to the shooting death of rapper XXXTentacion. Michael Boatwright, 22, was arrested on an unrelated drug charge on July 5 before he was served with an arrest warrant for first-degree murder on July 10, TMZ reports. Boatwright and Dmitrii Williams ambushed XXXTentacion, real name Jacinthuane Onfroy, outside Riva Motorsports in Deerfield Beach, Florida around 4 p.m. on June 18. The rapper died after one of the suspects fired a bullet into his neck. Scroll down for videos. The investigation is ongoing, as authorities search for 22-year-old Robert Allen, a man described as being a person of interest in the investigation. Allen had been featured on surveillance video at the shop where XXX was shopping before he was murdered. Allen is also wanted in Broward County on a felony warrant for violation of probation for possession of the drug flake and carrying a concealed firearm, according to the sheriff's office. Boatwright's arrest comes after the first suspect, Dmitrii Williams, was detained. Dmitrii Williams, 22, is currently in police custody. Police took him into custody in Pompano Beach, Florida back in June. His lawyer has said he will plead not guilty. Authorities say robbery was the motive in the killing of the 20-year-old XXXTentacion, whose real name was Jacinthuane Onfroy. XXXTentacion, who sported dreadlocks and facial tattoos, and who pronounced his name XXXTentacion, was a platinum-selling rising star who tackled issues including prejudice and depression in his songs. He also drew criticism over bad behavior and multiple arrests, including charges that he severely beat and abused his girlfriend and was extremely homophobic. Secret documents have revealed there are known mechanical faults in some of Australia's best-selling utes, but they won't get fixed unless owners complain. The documents show that the Toyota Hilux is the subject of a high volume of service bulletins relating to known faults, but they aren't serious enough to warrant a safety recall, news.com.au reported. News Corporation was the first to obtain the documents which show that Toyota Hilux owners may face issues with the diesel particulate filters (DPF) becoming clogged. This can cause the exhaust to blow excessive amounts of white smoke, which in turn corrupts air sensors, which become contaminated by dust. To get this flaw fixed, dealers say the owner must return the vehicle 4 separate times, according to the documents. The first 3 times the dealer will flush in an attempt to fix the problem without replacing the filters, and only on the 4th time will the filter be replaced completely. Adding to the filter issues, a number of Toyota dealerships are also trying to repair faulty drive shafts, which will only be fully addressed upon a second visit. The first time taking a Hilux to a dealer with drive shaft issues, the mechanics will try to fix the issue by machining them. If that fails and the customer returns, then the dealership will purchase a brand new rear propeller shaft slide joint to fix the fault. News Corporation contacted Toyota, which released a statement saying the company apologized sincerely to any of their affected customers and confirmed they were doing everything in their power to address the faults. The Ford Ranger is the second best-selling ute in Australia, behind the Hilux, and it also has some faults of its own, according to news.com.au. It was reported that Ford has had to replace whole engines in a number of near-new Rangers, with some others known to have faults with intercooler pipes splitting, rear main oil seals leaking and harsh transmission shifts. It was originally theorized that the major engine faults were a result of poor quality fuel. However, Ford is yet to confirm exactly what is causing the catastrophic engine failures in some of their products. But just like Hilux owners of the Ford Ranger need to take it back to a dealership and complain before anything can be done to fix their vehicle. Meanwhile, owners of current generation Isuzu Utes should also be aware of potential faults, including cracks under the bonnet and suspension. The IC has recommended that the industry look into creating more transparency with their customer base, including widespread bulletins of any potential faults. The executive director of the Australian Automotive Aftermarket Association, Stuart Charity, said transparency was a supremely important factor. The sharing of technical service bulletins are essential to the scheme. These are known faults and fixes. She's been trying to sell her palatial Fort Worth, Texas, estate since 2016. And now Selena Gomez, 26, has knocked more money off the asking price for the 5-bedroom, 6.5-bath property on 1.5 acres. This month, the listing price was reduced from $2.999 million to $2.7 million as the starlet tries to find a buyer. Selena first put the property on the market just months after buying it in 2015 and originally listed it for sale at $3.499 million, according to Architectural Digest. When it failed to sell, she briefly took it off the market, listing it again at $3 million in early 2017. Then this past February she shaved another $100,000 of the list price before making her latest reduction in mid-June. The estate has a 10,000 square feet main residence plus a guest house and a free-form swimming pool complete with spa. There's a stone courtyard with fountain at the main entrance to the home. The grounds include a putting green, and a shade structure sits over an outdoor kitchen and dining area that's adjacent to the lighted sports court. There's also an outdoor living area complete with fireplace and flat-screen television. The chef's kitchen has top-of-the-range stainless steel appliances, a large granite top island and custom cabinets. The formal dining room can comfortably seat 8 and has custom cabinetry and a wrought iron chandelier. A living area in the open-plan home features a floor-to-ceiling stone fireplace and a vaulted ceiling with wood beams. In the entrance hall, there's a dramatic staircase to the upper floor and a large wet bar. The master suite has high ceilings and wood floors with windows looking out onto the lush landscaped yard. Wood doors and paneling are also featured. A 21-year-old New Jersey woman named Susan Track has been charged with 11 felonies for allegedly hacking into the email of singer Selena Gomez, then sharing some of the information she stole from the account. The Good For You singer's email was targeted between June 2015 through February 2016. According to prosecutors with the Los Angeles County's District Attorney's Office, TMZ reported. Track has been charged with accessing and using computer data or taking supporting documentation without permission. 5 counts of identity theft and 5 counts of accessing and using computer data to commit fraud or to control or obtain money, property or data, according to the outlet. Scroll below for video. According to authorities, Track, a native of Ridgefield Park, New Jersey, was illegally able to hack into email accounts, one, an Apple iCloud account and another, a Yahoo account, according to the Los Angeles Times, belonging to Selena and a person close to her. She stole digital property and shared some of the findings with others. Insiders close to the probe told the newspaper that Track had not profited off of the hack, nor did she advertise it to any media outlets. Track used information she'd gathered on the Texas-born beauty, 25, to be able to answer password questions and reset the password in the hack. Track is slated to hear the charges against her by August 27 in Los Angeles. Authorities are seeking $250,000 bail on the woman. If convicted, she could face 9 years and 8 months in custody, prosecutors said. Selena's been busy this summer working on a new comedy titled The Dead Don't Die, which features an ensemble cast including Bill Murray, Chloe Sevigny, Steve Buscemi, Tilda Swinton and Adam Driver. Her ex-boyfriend Justin Bieber made headlines earlier this month with his engagement to model Hailey Baldwin. An insider told E! News that Gomez was surprised to hear the news, like most people, as it caught her off guard and wasn't what she was expecting. A second source told Serena Williams has accused tennis doping authorities of discrimination after she faced a random drugs test. The 36-year-old, who has enjoyed a remarkable tennis comeback since the birth of Alexis Olympia 10 months ago, raged on social media that it had been proven that she is tested more than other players by US anti-doping. Serena, who reached the final of Wimbledon 2 weeks ago, said the only consolation from the regular testing was that she was helping to keep the sport clean. Scroll down for video. The star, who is married to tech mogul Alexis Ohanian, wrote, "And it's that time of the day to get randomly drug tested and only test Serena. Out of all the players it's been proven I'm the one getting tested the most. Discrimination? I think so. At least I'll be keeping the sport clean. # stay positive around the same time as the tweet. The mother of one had been posting about the bliss of putting her baby girl to sleep, saying, "I can't seem to put her in bed. I'm loving holding her in my arms. I want to milk every second." Earlier this month, Williams told reporters at Wimbledon she does not care how often she is drug tested as long as other players are treated in the same way. The seven-time champion reiterated her claim that she undergoes more checks for doping than anyone else on the circuit. The 36-year-old American went on the front foot when asked about a recent story that an official from U.S. anti-doping left her house empty-handed after a visit on June 14. She explained that he arrived 12 hours ahead of her allotted daily whereabouts hour and that it was among a welter of out-of-competition tests being demanded of her. Williams said, "How is it I'm getting tested 5 times in June? It's only June. I've been tested 5 times. I'm okay with that, as long as everyone is being treated equally. That's all I care about. I despise having people in our sport that aren't being honest. I'm totally okay with testing and I encourage it. What I want to know is that everyone is getting tested, that we are really working to keep this sport clean. I feel like it's equality. That's all I've been preaching. It's all about equality. If that's testing everyone 5 times, let's do it. Let's be a part of it. I never knew that I was tested so much more than everyone else. I didn't realize it was such a discrepancy, at least with the American players, both male and female. For me it's a little frustrating. How can I have a missed test when it's nowhere near the time I should be there? It's really disappointing, shocking." Williams is actually in good company when it comes to being heavily tested. Roger Federer has revealed that he has undergone 7 examinations of his blood and urine in the past month. Players coming back. A serial surrogate who has enjoyed creating an extended family by having babies for other women is preparing to do it for the 7th time. Amy Trelease, 42, a management analyst, from Carson City, Nevada, said she was determined to help women struggling to conceive after learning about egg donation and surrogacy in college. She gave the gift of a newborn for the first time at the age of 26, having donated her eggs twice before in her early 20s. After having her 3rd child Dylan, now 13, she went on to have 5 more babies in 7 years, gifting them to women who were dealing with infertility. She has scheduled an IVF transfer for next month, which will be her first step to carrying a baby for someone else for the 7th time. Starting with her first egg donation at 23, the mother of 3 has created a bond so strong she now considers all the mothers, fathers and children to be part of her enormous extended family. Amy said, "I have developed such a strong bond with these people that they're all like an extended family to me. The way I see it is that I'm helping a couple who wants to be parents while also adding to my own family. I was able to have 3 beautiful children and I couldn't think of anything greater than being able to give that gift of life to other families." The laws of surrogacy differ from country to country. In the U.S. the laws suffer from state to state. Some states have written legislation, while others have common laws stemming from court decisions. For example, California is accepting of surrogacy agreements and upholds agreements that include LGBT people. However, others are stricter, like Michigan, which forbids absolutely all surrogacy agreements, and fines people $500,000 for entering into agreements. In the UK, surrogates are the legal mother of any child they carry, unless they sign a parental order transferring their rights to the intended parents when they give birth. The birth mother always has the right to keep her child, even if they are not genetically related. It's illegal to pay a surrogate in the UK, except for medical expenses. Amy said it's up to the parents about how involved she'll be in the baby's lives, but she has a close bond with all of them. She continued, "I leave it open to the parents how often we're going to communicate. Some I see once a month and others just send me pictures from time to time. I consider all of them part of my family though. It's really cool to look at the photos of them over the years and see how much they've grown. I never in a million years would have thought that I'd do it this many times. It's amazing how rewarding it has been for me." After supporting her mother through a lot of the journeys, Amy's daughter Danielle, 18, is now interested in becoming an obstetrician-gynecologist. Amy said, "She has it in her heart to deliver babies because of how involved she was with my surrogacies. It feels great to know how much I inspired her." While she is looking forward to her 7th journey, Amy says this may be her last one. The mother believes that a surrogate needs to be a 100% devoted, and while she has been all along, the Army veteran would like to start focusing more of her energy on fitness. Amy said, "It's been a great thing. I won't mind when it has to come to an end. I'm starting to get into bodybuilding and powerlifting. While pregnancy is great, I can't do it to the extent that I would like to. I want to give 100% to working out." Even when her final journey comes to an end, Amy will always be offering advice to aspiring surrogates and trying to spread the word about the stigmas behind surrogacy. She said, "I'll always want to be involved somehow, whether it's by guiding other surrogate mothers." For many children, the long summer holidays are a chance to turn off from school and switch on electronic devices. Now a leading headmaster has urged parents to make youngsters do 7 activities every day before being allowed to play with their iPads, video games or mobile phones. Sean Fenton, head of Reigate Grammar School in Surrey, has drawn up a list of Super 7 summer activities. These are tasks children should do each day before they're allowed to disappear into their bedrooms to resume their social media love-in or reach for the game's console. Mr. Fenton, son of 1970s rock star Alvin Stardust, advises parents to ask children to tick off the activities from a list before they can go online. The activities are getting up, washed and fully dressed without being reminded, making, eating and clearing away breakfast, taking the dog for a walk, your own or a neighbor's, getting some exercise, a swim, bike ride or jog, playing a board game, doing a household chore such as stacking the dishwasher, reading a book. Mr. Fenton, chairman-elect of the Headmasters and Headmistresses Conference, which represents leading private schools, says children's holidays will combine structured and unstructured time every day if his rules are followed. "I am a great fan of children having some unstructured time when they are bored and need to rely on their creativity and initiative to entertain and amuse themselves," he told the Sunday Times. "But from bitter experience I know that an entirely unstructured long summer break can mean children lose good habits to lethargy, and the game's console can act like the Dementor." As the 2-year mark approaches for the Tokyo 2020 Olympics, Japan is being scorched by an intense heat wave that has prompted fears of similar extreme weather when the sporting showpiece takes place in the country. More than a dozen people have died as temperatures soared above 40 degrees Celsius (104 Fahrenheit) for the first time since 2013, and the thermometer hit 43 Celsius during an Olympic Stadium media tour on Wednesday. The opening ceremony will be held at the venue on July 24, 2020. A time of year when Tokyo records average temperatures of around 25 Celsius, which combined with severe humidity will create tough conditions for athletes and spectators alike. Earlier this year, experts warned of the risks of heat stroke at the Games, which runs until August 9, with conditions reaching levels at which sporting activities would normally be halted. The issue is one Tokyo 2020 organizers are taking seriously as they consider a raft of countermeasures to battle the extreme heat. These include increased shelter and cooling fans provided for spectators, and the installation of a wet bulb globe temperature device designed to provide constant feedback to assess levels of heat stress at each venue. The data provided will help organizers adjust conditions for supporters depending on the weather. The scheduling of events, set to be announced later on Wednesday following an International Olympic Committee (IOC) meeting with Games organizers in Lausanne, will also be designed with the protection of athletes and supporters in mind. Tokyo 2020 organizers also told Reuters that they were looking to establish guidelines on whether a scheduled event would be allowed to go ahead if they were worried by the danger posed of extreme temperatures. Speaking at the stadium media tour, officials from the Japan Sports Council (JSC) said solutions for tackling heat would be a priority for the Olympic Games. While beams for the stadium's inner roof made with wood supplied from all 47 prefectures are meant to project warmth and hospitality, JSC official Keiji Kato explained they were also designed to circulate air to keep spectators cool. Mist fans would also be installed, Kato added. Outside the stadium, Japan has had a long-standing love affair with the marathon, but spectators will likely need to wake up very early to watch the races in Tokyo, with organizers likely to schedule a dawn start for safety reasons. Yet on Wednesday, despite the heat, there were still several joggers braving the conditions to run the circuit around Tokyo's Imperial Palace, with the most committed of them admitting they had struggled. "I have been running this route for the past 5 years, but for the first time, I could not complete the track both last week and this week." Today, Google is a respected, multi-billion-dollar, multinational tech company, known around the world. But it wasn't always the case. A new book has revealed the wild early days at Google when it was a booze-soaked, hard-partying startup. Charlie Ayers, the first chef at Google's cafeteria, opened up about the company's drug-fueled parties and the harem of hot girls who he said surrounded founders Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Larry and Sergey had like this gaggle of girls who were hot, and all become like their little harem of admins. "I call them the L&S harem," he said in Valley of Genius, which reveals the uncensored story of the Wild West days in Silicon Valley, as told by the hackers, founders, and freaks who made it boom. All those girls are now different heads of departments in that company, years later, he said, according to an excerpt obtained by Vanity Fair. Heather Cairns, the fourth Google employee and its first human resources manager, added that staff had concerns about Brent's relationship with his female employees. "You kind of trusted Larry with his personal life," she said. "We always kind of worried that Sergey was going to date somebody in the company." Brent later had an affair with Google Glass marketing manager Amanda Rosenberg, which led to his divorce with his wife, 23 and co-founder Anne Wojcicki. Cairns added that sex between employees in the office was so commonplace that it wasn't unusual to walk in on staff in the act. "Remember, we're a bunch of 20-somethings except for me ancient at 35, so there's some hormones and they're raging." Others described the atmosphere at Google as one of sex, drugs and rock and roll. "On the ski trips in Squaw Valley, I would have these unsanctioned parties, and finally the company was like, 'All right, we'll give Charlie what he wants,'" said Ayers, who was previously a chef for the Grateful Dead. "And I created Charlie's Den. I had live bands, D.J.S. and we bought truckloads of alcohol and a bunch of pot and made ganja gooballs. I remember people coming up to me and saying, 'I'm hallucinating. What the expletive is in those?' When they weren't partying hard, Google employees were working hard." Back in its idealistic early days, the founders reportedly were against using advertising, until they saw all their competitors doing the same. So they agreed to do it with the mantra, "Don't be evil." Former Google employee Marissa Mayer, who went on to become the CEO of Yahoo, described the brainstorming sessions where any ideas would go. "I was there the day we did the first Street View experiments," Mayer, who later became CEO of Yahoo, said. She said they rented a camera from Wolf Camera, hopped in a blue Volkswagen Bug and just started driving around Palo Alto taking a photo every 15 seconds, and then, at the end of the day, we took photo stitching software to see if we could stitch the pictures together. Doug Edwards, the 59th member of staff to join Google, said that Brent even once suggested projecting their logo on the moon during one of their brainstorming sessions. He wanted to take the entire marketing budget and use it to help Chechen refugees. He added, "He wanted to make Google-branded condoms that we would give out to high schools," Edwards said. "Some things we actually did go out and build like driverless cars," Mayer said. "We brainstormed that. Instead of corporate company retreats, Google staff would go to the infamous hippie festival Burning Man. Their first ever Google Doodle was in fact an out-of-office informing customers we're all at Burning Man." Ayers recalled his bizarre interview, with Page sitting on a huge inflatable ball. "I left them, thinking that these guys are crazy." In less than a week, it seems Shannon Noll has gone from performing at Duck Creek to being up a far murkier creek, sans paddle. On Friday, the Mount Isa Mines Rotary Rodeo announced via their Facebook page that the former Australian Idol star had been dropped from their music lineup. Event General Manager Miss Natalie Flecker cited a weekend incident as the reason for his axing, clearly a reference to his expletive-ridden Duck Creek picnic races rant last Saturday. Noll, 42, was widely condemned for making threats of violence against a man who reportedly threw a beer can at him while he was performing at the event. The Mount Isa Mines Rotary Rodeo announced they dropped the performer from the event via Facebook. The Mount Isa Mines Rotary Rodeo has withdrawn a scheduled performance by entertainer Shannon Noll for our 60th rodeo celebrations next month following a weekend incident involving the artist. Hey! Who's that F*** kid? Yeah! Whoever threw that, get up here, man. Come on. Have the balls to come up here and then I'll meet you over there, points outside. Yeah, come on. That F*** kid in the tie. Come on, pretty boy, you're a F*** king maggot. Have some F*** king balls and come up here instead of throwing something from there. Cheap shot K. Shame that K. Shame that mother *** right there. Kid private school stupid K head mother *** Have some balls to come up here instead of throwing something from there, and I'll punch your *** teeth down your throat. Dog *** creek. To crowd, get ready to shame that mother *** Shame. Have some balls and get up here and I'll punch your teeth down your throat out the back, you dog *** Then I'll *** your missus and your mum. Righto, let's everyone else, apart from that *** stick, sing along to a great song, eh? I'll give someone $100 to punch that *** for me. There's too many good-looking girls here for that guy. That guy couldn't get ***KED in the plague. Shannon launches into a rendition of The Horses by Daryl Braithwaite. The post included a statement from Miss Flecker. We pride ourselves on our family-friendly environment and reputation, so we have made this operational decision to ensure we deliver the best event experience for all attendees. A statement from Noll was also included, where he expressed his disappointment and hopes to return to the event in the future. I'm disappointed to not be there to celebrate such a milestone for an event ingrained within the history and heritage of Queensland, and wish it every success, he wrote. I look forward to returning and being a part of it another time. Noll made headlines on Saturday night after an audience member at his Duck Creek gig filmed the tirade. After a heckler reportedly threw something on stage, the singer delayed the start of his next song, while his band improvised an extended interlude. Whoever threw that, come up here. Come on, have the balls to come up here, Noll said. He launched into a rant that lasted almost 2 minutes, before segueing into a performance of The Horses by Daryl Braithwaite. Several fans who saw the video on Facebook perceived some of Shannon's comments as misogynistic. The next day, Noll issued a public apology for his outburst. I would like to apologize for my behavior and language at Saturday night's Duck Creek picnic races, he wrote in a Facebook statement. During our set there were people in the audience throwing cans and bottles at the stage, and after one guy threw a full can, just missing my head, it really rattled me. We had a similar issue last year with a firecracker thrown onto the stage, and one of my band members was seriously hurt. You don't have a lot of deep vision into the crowd from the stage, and it's pretty scary to see something suddenly flying straight at you. We're just doing our job and these actions are not acceptable. I completely understand that is still no excuse for the way I spoke, and I am deeply sorry for the terrible things I said that were purely out of frustration. The apology post received. Newlyweds, a Duke and Duchess of Sussex, attended their nephew's christening today, and they looked seriously loved up. Leaving St. James Palace following Prince Louis' christening, Meghan couldn't keep her hands off Harry. The pair joined the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge, as well as Prince George and Princess Charlotte, for the christening today. Following behind Prince Charles and Camilla, Duchess of Cornwall, Meghan and Harry, 33, emerged from the chapel in conversation. As they strolled away from St. James Palace, 36-year-old Meghan placed a protective arm on Harry's back, who appeared to be chatting to his father and Camilla. It's a gesture we've seen from Meghan before, who often places a loving hand on Harry's shoulder during public events. It seemed to be a joyous occasion for the whole family, who came together on one of the hottest days of the year. Other guests included Kate's sister Pippa and her husband, James Matthews, as well as Prince Louis' godmother, Lucy Middleton. The ceremony was conducted by Archbishop of Canterbury Justin Welby. Earlier this week, we told you all about Millie McIntosh's stunning Kate halfpenny dress, worth £2k. We also revealed the bikini is the new swimwear trend loved by Kendall Jenner and Rita Ora. A shocking video shows a shirtless man clinging to the hood of a moving car down a Georgia highway. Viviana Diet, 17, said the 37-year-old man came out of nowhere and jumped on her car. She told Gainesville police that the shoeless man was yelling about being in danger. He was yelling that they are shooting at them and I didn't know where he had come from and I thought someone was actually shooting at him. He kept yelling at me to drive, Diet told Fox 5. In the video, the man is seen hanging on to the windshield wipers of Diet's car. Diet drove several miles with the man on her hood until she was safe, according to police. Gainesville police told the station that several people had called 911 on the man before he was recorded. The man, who has not been identified, had reportedly shut down traffic along Highway 129 near the Motel 6, where he was staying. He was running back and forth in the roadway, was jumping on cars, was banging on cars. Again, officers had an issue getting to the car, because traffic was at a dead still. Sergeant Kevin Holbrook told the station. Holbrook said the man was taken into custody and then to a hospital for a mental evaluation. Authorities also found drug paraphernalia on the man and believe he may have been hallucinating at the time of the incident. Holbrook added that criminal charges may be possible in this case. This is a shocking graph showing how Australia electricity bills have soared during the past decade to significantly outpace inflation. The Australian Competition and Consumer Commission calculates electricity prices have soared by 56% since the 2007-08 financial year. Generous solar panel subsidies and the gold-plating of transmission networks by privatized electricity companies to prevent blackouts have given Australian consumers some of the world's highest power prices. Scroll down for video. Business analyst Sabice World has released a graph showing how electricity prices began outpacing inflation in 2008, as generation, transmission and retail margins soared. Australians pay some of the highest energy costs in the world, despite having an abundant supply of coal, natural gas, wind, and solar capacity, senior analyst Jason Aravanis said. In recent years, South Australian consumers have paid the highest average price in the world for electricity. The IC calculates that electricity users who don't have solar panels are paying $538 a year more for their electricity as they subsidize Australians who are benefiting from green schemes. Rooftop photovoltaic solar panels typically cost about $6,500 to install, with those fortunate enough to afford them receiving financial help from their poorer neighbors. Under a feed-in tariff scheme, households are given generous rebates from their electricity provider for putting energy back into the grid, with utility companies passing on these costs to consumers. The competition regulator said it was unfair how consumers without solar panels were paying a third more a year on their power bills to subside those with household renewable energy. Solar customers are paying, on average, $538 per year less than non-solar customers, suggesting that affordability concerns are most acute for those customers who have not and possibly cannot install solar PV. The Consumer Regulator's Retail Electricity Pricing Inquiry report said. The IC is recommending state governments fund premium solar feed-in schemes instead of electricity users. It praised the Queensland Labor government's approach and said other states should copy this policy on a permanent basis as solar scheme offers finished. An overinvestment in gold-plating transmission networks, to minimize the occurrence of blackouts, was blamed for surging power prices. Increased expenditure on networks was driven by reliability standards for some networks that were set too high, without due regard for consumers' willingness to pay for marginal increases in reliability, the IC said. State governments, which during the 1990s began privatizing electricity transmission and generation companies, also had limited ability to constrain excess spending by network owners. The IC also blamed bad regulation and market concentration for adding significant costs to electricity bills. Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull has promised to implement the recommendations of the report, which criticized a system whereby solar energy users are charged a different rate by their electricity provider for the renewable power they generate. Solar Quotes, a small business which installs solar panels, said they typically cost $6,500 to install to generate 3 kilowatts of power, or roughly a fifth of the daily electricity use in a typical Australian house. It calculated annual savings of $650 for power generated by sun energy. Australian households spend about $1,700 a year on electricity bills. In New South Wales, Victoria and Queensland, consumer information group Canstar estimated. Across the national energy market, the IC calculated that footage has emerged showing the dramatic moment a cyclist is twice rammed from behind by a driver on a Victorian road. The vision was captured on Sunday morning on a camera attached to the male cyclist, who was out riding in Alinda, in the Dandenong Ranges east of Melbourne. He had taken a right-hand turn off the Mount Dandenong Tourist Road when the altercation unfolded. The vehicle, which was coming from the opposite direction, turned left almost at the same time, causing the driver to sound his horn. The cyclist then stops and turns around to find the driver right behind his back wheel, stationary but revving his engine. He moves away from the vehicle and tells the driver he is recording the incident. The driver then rams the cyclist on 2 occasions before driving off. The cyclist pulls off to a parking area next to the road, where shocked onlookers ask if he is all right, To which he replies he is. The cyclist uploaded the footage to YouTube and said the video speaks for itself and claimed, "I'm extremely comfortable knowing I have done absolutely nothing wrong or unlawful." But one commenter said, "Give way to traffic you're turning across the front of." Just because the car hadn't exited the driveway as you were preparing to turn doesn't mean you have right of way still. This is a shocking moment. A reckless cyclist plowed into a little girl before riding off, leaving her in tears on the pavement. The disturbing incident was caught on CCTV and shows the impatient rider speeding past a family as they wheeled their bicycles past an antiques shop. As the cyclist tries to weave past them, he collides with the little girl's bike, sending her tumbling to the ground. Shockingly, the rider then cycles off, leaving the girl in tears on the road before her horrified father rushes to comfort her. The hit-and-run incident was captured on security cameras outside Grandad's Attic Antique Shop in Sturbridge, Worcestershire on Sunday, July 8 at around 1 p.m. Shop owner Dave Powell, 57, said, "I was inside my shop and I heard some kind of thing going on and a girl crying. I looked out my door and presumed she had fallen off her bike, but then saw her dad come running back towards her and realized that she had been knocked off the bike by an adult. Her dad had chased after him but then come back to see how his daughter was. He was torn between going after the cyclist and seeing how his daughter was. There was a group of people gathered. I gave her a drink and a bowl of water and we mopped her wounds. They were just grazes, but she was very upset. There is a bridge and by the side of the bridge there is a little wall, 18 inches high. And mountain bikers think it is clever to hop up onto the wall and hop off the other end. The family were walking along the wall and as they got to the end he was jumping off. He jumped right into the little girl. I think part of the problem is that it has got so popular. There are more people cycling on the footpath." Mr. Powell said he understood the family had reported the incident to West Mercia Police. "We pay for your stories. Do you have a story for the Sun Online News team? Email us at tips@sun.co.uk or call 0207 782 43. A shop window has divided a town after its sign's cheeky caption left some horrified and others bemused. Reading single quote F************************** huge sale. The window-length sign is placed front and center at Typo store at Market Square in Geelong, Victoria, with its offending word covered only by a small sticker. And for one local business owner, Firth Cheatley, the words provoked such a strong response she chose to take her grievances to Instagram. Miss Cheatley said the sign acts as a misuse of the company's influence and connection to the city where the now multinational organization first found success. Geelong's global success story used the F word and sexual innuendo on some of their cards, and now on their huge sales sign. "It's really incongruous to me," Miss Cheatley wrote. "For a company in their position, I think disappointing and irresponsible use of their power and branding. School kids are encouraged to read signs to improve their reading skills. Walking past Cotton On and Typo on school holidays, Cotton On appears to condone and normalize the use of an inappropriate word. I've also been told in the past that Cotton On like to shock. Maybe Cotton On and Typo Shop can use their power and influence to shock us with their integrity and praiseworthy values instead? But others aren't so convinced. with one local saying the attitude towards profanity was prehistoric. The phrasing and whatnot, sick, is relatable, and part of our life now, they wrote. I think it's time to accept the times that we live in, move on from prehistoric views, and move comfortably into the future without judging others. However, many users who too live in the city were quick to come to Miss Cheatley's defense, saying her message was a powerful one. This is such a powerful message you bring up. So incredibly disappointing that such a strong brand and Geelong often use this language to better their brand and shock buyers, they said. Very sad to see in a company that do so much good in their foundation work. The Cotton On Group, which still hosts its headquarters in the regional Victorian city, a low-cost fashion chain, has released a pair of crotchless trousers which has left shoppers raging and calling them stripper trousers. The trousers in question are Fashion Nova's see-through cover-up chaps, currently on sale for £19. The sheer pants feature flared ruffled legs, with a high waist, but the cutout means your entire crotch and bum is on show. Yes, you have to buy your own knickers, because they are not included. While some fans have fallen in love with the crotchless wonders, calling them cute, sweet, and ideal for a holiday, not all Instagram users agree. Why buy a cover-up to not cover up? Said one Instagrammer. Another called them pointless and sarcastically points out that they're super practical for work. Even more were keen to point out that they would be perfect for one place. I'm choking, said one user. Only place for that is a strip club. Ridiculous. Fashion Nova also previously dealt with a backlash after their butt-flashing laced-up shorts caused a storm. Also, as we told you last week, their suspender leggings also caused a similar stir, with comments ranging from "freaking amazing" to "where would I wear these?" But Fashion Nova are definitely still impressing some people, because the crotchless pants are nearly sold out on the site along with several of their other most revealing items. While we're not sure that revealing our bums in the office would be such a great idea, they surely wouldn't be out of place on holiday. In fact, they definitely look like something we'd see on Love Island, so maybe we do need to pack a pair for our next break. Previously we told you about ASOS selling fluffy sandals for this extortionate price? Not exactly ideal for hot weather. Would you post a butt-naked selfie? It's all the rage among stars like Marnie Simpson, and wearing new clothes always feels great, but before stepping out of the house, you should take a good look in the mirror. From all angles. Otherwise you might find something unintentionally rude in a pattern or slogan. Remember the mom who suddenly realized her favorite patterned dress had pictures of naked ladies? Or the lady who bought a palm tree patterned swimsuit, only to find a treetop in exactly the wrong place? It turns out they're not alone, and there are plenty of not-so-savvy shoppers who have found themselves in the same boat. Yesterday we brought you a gallery of pictures that will make you look twice. These 14 riddles will have you scratching your head, but can you solve them? See if you can match these look-alike stunt doubles to their well-known shoppers in a posh town are purple with rage after Tesco pulled aubergines from its shelves. Customers claim the vegetable vacuum has led to anger, tears and devastation in Cheltenham. Those stewing over their loss have launched an online protest and even told the police of their upset. The furor started when an aubergine fan tweeted Tesco to ask where the veg, which cost 70p each, had gone in the town's superstore. A customer services rep said they'd been discontinued, adding, "I wouldn't be too happy about this myself." Shocked shoppers vented their rage on the Twitter page "Bring Back Our Aubergines." One meme shows an upset boy with the words "feel like pure s******, just want her back." And when Cheltenham cops issued a friendly tweet about enjoying the weekend, "Do silver dental fillings threaten our health by leaking mercury into our bloodstreams?" Arguments about the risks of inserting the toxic metal into our teeth have raged for nearly 200 years. Ever since mercury fillings first became popular in the 1830s. The mainstream medical thinking has been that, though these silver-colored fillings exude mercury vapor into our mouths, it's in such tiny amounts it does not affect us. But, last week, two perturbing developments pushed the controversy back into the spotlight. On July 1st, the NHS launched new rules for dentists saying they must restrict the use of mercury amalgam fillings in children under 15, and women who are pregnant or breastfeeding, because they are vulnerable groups. Also last week, researchers writing in the journal Radiology warned that amalgam fillings leak vastly increased amounts of mercury vapor when exposed to new, more powerful MRI, magnetic resonance imagery, medical scanners. In conventional silver fillings, mercury is mixed with other metals, because it makes the mixture soft enough to mold into cavities before it sets. Mercury represents about 50% of the filling by weight. Once set, the amalgam is tougher than modern white fillings, which typically comprise powdered glass and acrylic resin. Dentists say pliable amalgam fillings are also much easier to fit to barely accessible back teeth. They remain the most common type offered in Britain. 3/4 of us have fillings, according to the National Dental Survey, and the majority are made of amalgam. Numerous authoritative studies show that over time, however, the amalgam fillings emit mercury vapor. But whether the vapor may damage health lies at the heart of a medical controversy that has raged for more than 180 years. Mercury's toxicity has long been known. The NHS says acute exposure can cause breathing difficulties, bleeding lungs, tremors and mood swings. Low-level chronic exposure may cause general feelings of malaise, weakness and irritability. But no one has been able to establish a definitive level at which vapor from fillings may harm us. A 2015 safety assessment by the European Union says the amount of mercury that amalgam fillings emit varies widely from person to person. Chewing, toothbrushing and tooth grinding all accelerate each filling's vaporization levels, as do crunchy foods. How much a person eats, whether they habitually breathe through their mouth, and the location of their fillings, such as the tops of their molars, can all increase their vapor intake. Accordingly, exposure assessment is complicated and inherently imprecise, says the EU report. Last week, however, we learned of a significant new way in which vaporization may be accelerated. Scientists have discovered that powerful magnetic fields produced by ultra-high-strength MRI scanners, which are being introduced to several UK research hospitals, can significantly accelerate the leakage of mercury from tooth fillings within just 20 minutes. In a study published in the journal Radiology, Dr. Selma Yilmaz and colleagues at Deniz University in Turkey, measured the amount of mercury released by 20 amalgam-filled extracted teeth that were placed into 20 separate pots of artificial saliva and subjected to the high-strength MRI scanning. These were compared with 40 teeth and saliva pots either scanned with conventional low-strength MRI or not scanned at all. Teeth scanned with high-strength MRI leaked 4 times as much mercury as the other 2 groups of teeth, which showed no evidence of increased leaching. Whether the high level of mercury released by the new MRI machines 0.67 parts per million might harm patients is not known. The team says that further research is needed to tell what real-life risk this might pose. But concerns regarding mercury fillings were also raised last week by the new NHS guidelines to restrict the use of mercury amalgam fillings in children under 15, and women who are pregnant or breastfeeding. The guidelines are in accordance with an EU ruling issued in 2016 that mercury filling use must be stopped in these vulnerable groups unless it is unfeasible to give them white fillings for compelling reasons such as teeth that are difficult to access. The EU wants the use of mercury amalgam discontinued in all patients by 2030. This would bring it into line with the 2013 United Nations Minamata Convention against Mercury Pollution. A 2015 EU safety assessment upon which the new UK guideline is based acknowledges that having 9 or more amalgam fillings may raise the level of mercury in a person's body by some 87%. And the EU safety assessment also cites a 1995 autopsy study by the University of Munich toxicologist, Professor Gustav Drasch, in the European Journal of Pediatrics. This found much higher than normal levels of mercury in the livers and kidneys of babies born to mothers who had more than 10 teeth filled with amalgam. The EU cites a further study, in the Journal of Exposure Science and Environmental Epidemiology in 2008, which found that the more fillings a pregnant mother had already had, the greater the concentration of mercury in her infant's umbilical cord. In the wake of the Munich University study, the German government acted to curb the use of amalgam in children and women of childbearing age. Since then, Sweden, Norway and Denmark have also banned or restricted mercury fillings, first by restricting their use on vulnerable groups, children and pregnant women. The health issue is clouded, however, by the fact that these nations have all stated the bans are first and foremost due to environmental concerns. Mercury from fillings is a significant contributor to air and water pollution, which ultimately ends up in our drinking water supplies and the fish we eat. Much of this pollution is caused by cremations. Data submitted to the EU suggests an average cremation releases up to 4 grams of amalgam filling mercury into the atmosphere. So why, if this is ostensibly an environmental matter, are all the national mercury curbs placed first on children and mothers, rather than older adults who might end up being cremated long before children? A Department of Health spokesman told Good Health that while the EU legislation does not spell it out explicitly, the legislators are erring on the side of caution. He explained, as developing fetuses, infants and children may be or are potentially more susceptible to the toxic effects of mercury, it is likely that the targeting of children and pregnant or breastfeeding women reflects the precautionary principle of avoiding even theoretical risk. It seems the authorities are trying to walk a tightrope between acknowledging legitimate scientific concerns and causing panic. The British Dental Association (BDA), however, is adamant that mercury fillings present no risk whatsoever to patients, except in extremely rare cases where they are diagnosed by mainstream medicine as having allergic reactions to amalgam. Only in such cases is it sensible to have these fillings removed. Professor Damian Walmsley, the BDA's scientific advisor, told Good Health, the measures adopted by the UK government are purely for environmental protection and do not reflect any evidence-based concerns about adverse effects of amalgam fillings on dental patients. He added, dental amalgam has been in use and extensively studied for 150 years as a restorative material. Its safety and durability are well established, and it remains the most appropriate material for a range of clinical situations. As for the threat posed by the powerful next-generation MRI scanners, Professor Walmsley says a new study shows that current-generation scanners don't make mercury fillings leak. Furthermore, he adds, as the use of amalgam fillings is phased out, the threat from new MRI scanners will be a decreasing problem. For some dentists, a full ban on amalgam cannot come soon enough. David Harvey Austin, a Harley Street dentist and the chairman of the British Society for Mercury-Free Dentistry, stopped using amalgam 35 years ago. While I would certainly not say everyone with amalgam fillings has a problem, some people just don't cope well with the mercury vapor that's going into them 24/7, he told Good Health. I believe it can affect organs on a cellular level. Two siblings bombed a Peruvian hospital Tuesday in an act of revenge after their mother died there 7 years ago. Lenin Alexander, 40, and Claudia Rocio Benitez Aguirre, 44. Placed 2 homemade bombs at the entrance of a lab and in the parking garage area of the Ricardo Palma Clinic in San Isidro, Lima, at 11 a.m. local time, according to a hospital worker who answered the phone to dailymail.com. In total, 35 people were injured, including the attackers, in the horrific explosion. It was the siblings' revenge after their mother, Victoria Aguirre Oviedo, died at the hospital after undergoing surgery for migraines in 2011. Scroll down for video. According to El Comercio, the mother of both attackers had been diagnosed with a brain tumors and underwent a craniotomy on August 24, 2011 at the Ricardo Palma Clinic. Aguirre Oviedo returned home the following day, but her head swelled up, she lost her eyesight and she wasn't talking at all, her widower Alejandro Benitez Gomez said in an interview with America TV on Tuesday night. She sugared additional brain damage and later died. The family filed a claim against the clinic and received a judgment in their favor, although they received just a fraction of the money. It was done in revenge, because in reality we have 5 years in trial. We have beaten the hospital on 2 occasions and they've denied paying us, Benitez Gomez claimed. According to Peru's National Police General Gaston Rodriguez, Alexander and Benitez Aguirre placed each explosive inside backpacks. One of the explosives was set off near a car and another near a lab within minutes of each other. Both perpetrators suffered fractures and burns from their own attack, and were placed immediately under police supervision while they underwent surgery and transferred to the hospital's intensive care unit. Their actions were quickly condemned by their brother Percy Benitez Aguirre, whom also expressed his frustrations with the hospital and 2 children subjected to incest. neglect and forced to eat off the kitchen floor have launched the largest personal injury claim in British legal history, worth £238 million. The siblings, referred to only as Plaintiff 2 and Plaintiff 3, were said to be highly sexualized and lacked basic life skills such as knowing how to wash, a court was told. Neither of the pair will ever recover from the horrific abuse they suffered while living in the family home, a court heard. Plaintiff 2, who is currently sectioned in a UK facility, and Plaintiff 3, who lives in a hilly supported environment, are now suing the health minister in Jersey for a staggering £238 million. Senator Andrew Green MBE, health minister in Jersey, has accepted that the pair should have been placed into care sooner, but disputes the amount in damages the plaintiffs are seeking and instead believes a total of £14.5 million should be awarded. Giving evidence at the Jersey Royal Court, consultant clinical psychologist Dr. Miriam Silver described it as one of the most striking and complex cases she has ever dealt with. She said that Plaintiff 2 killed a cat in the family home, adding that research showed that very distressed children were cruel to animals. She later described her evaluation of Plaintiff 3 as one of her most disturbed assessments. Dr. Silver said there was evidence of long-standing and chronic neglect of the children, as well as examples of emotionally abusive parenting. She added that the siblings were very sexualized, aggressive in their play, and lacked empathy towards other children. She added, "Some of the examples I picked out of emotional harm were particularly the mother referring to the children as muck, her talking about suicide, her showing self-harm in their presence, exposing them to violent materials, and appearing to be generally uninterested by their needs. She would respond to their needs with smacking and criticism. There was a poor relationship with food, not feeding them regularly and appropriately. There were descriptions of the children eating from the kitchen floor." She added, "I believe I said at the time they were in the top 5 children I had seen in terms of the severity and complexity of their needs, which is still the case. That is very striking, as I have worked with a whole county of looked-after children and covered 250 care hearings. These children still stand out as being in my top 5. Dr. Silver told the court that during her assessments she gave Plaintiff 3 dolls to act out stories of family life. She added, "It is a horrifying level of insight into what was going on in this family." Plaintiff 3 kept playing out repeatedly lots of different variants of incest and sadistic cruelty. "It was a really disturbing experience. It stood out as one of my most disturbed assessments. That would still continue to be the case." The court heard that Attorney General Robert McRae has now written to the lawyers for the plaintiffs and defense to find out whether a periodic payment order, an order that has never before been used in Jersey and allocates damages payments in set intervals rather than in a lump sum, could be considered. It is not known whether the royal court has the power to impose such an order. But Advocate McRae's potential intervention was fiercely criticized by Advocate David Benest, the siblings' legal counsel, who told the court that the Attorney General had thrown a missile, disrupting the case, and added that he should not poke his nose in where it is not wanted or needed. At the beginning of the trial, both the defense and the plaintiffs' counsel said they wanted a lump sum to be awarded. Then on Wednesday, defense counsel Advocate Lee Ingram told the court that APO was a live issue, as there was now greater certainty about what care the siblings would require in the future. Commissioner Pamela Scriven QC, who was presiding over the trial, has now asked Advocate McRae to apply to the Royal Court within 7 days if he intends to intervene in the case. Advocate Bennis. Sick Note Season 2 will have 10 episodes compared to the first season, which only had 6. The episode titles and lengths have not been confirmed. The first episode of Season 1 had an hour-long introductory episode followed by a half-hour of weekly installments. However, this time around every episode is 30 minutes long. The show is created by Kingbird, a production company set up by British comedians David Walliams and Miranda Hart. Sick Note episodes 1 and 2 will drop tonight from 10 p.m. on Sky One tonight, Thursday, July 26. Lucky for viewers, the show will drop 2 episodes each Thursday, one at 10 p.m. and followed by the second at 10:30 p.m. Season 2 will finish on Thursday, August 16. No announcement has been made for the 3rd season. You can also stream the show on Now TV. Users can sign up to a 14 free-day trial on Now TV to watch the first 4 episodes. Afterwards, you can sign up to the Now TV pass that suits you. Prices vary from £7.99 to £21.97. Sick Note is a British sitcom, and a 2nd season of the show was ordered before the first had aired in autumn 2017. The show is a dark comedy about Daniel Glass, played by Rupert Grint, who was misdiagnosed with terminal esophageal cancer. Before his misdiagnosis, Daniel was not in a good place in his life. He had just broken up with his girlfriend and was about to get fired from his insurance job. When he was diagnosed, he noticed everybody around him started to treat him a lot better than before, and he decided not to tell those closest to him the truth about his health. He was helped by the incompetent doctor who made the mistake, Dr. Glennis, Nick Frost, to cover up the truth. The lie inevitably started to spiral out of control, and Season 2 will follow Daniel and Dr. Glennis in their pursuit to sort out the situation after the insurance worker's friend will $5,000 Dustin Demery Burns threatens to expose the truth. The original cast of Sick Note will be back alongside some additional famous faces. Hollywood actress Lindsay Lohan, The Parent Trap, Mean Girls, was announced as Katarina West, the daughter of Daniel's boss, played by Golden Globe-winning actor Don Johnson, Miami Vice. Allison King, best known for her role as Carla Connor in Coronation Street, plays Superintendent Henchy. Rupert Grint, most famously known for his portrayal as Ron Weasley in Harry Potter, is back as main character Daniel Glass. Nick Frost, known for Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz and The World's End, a sign language interpreter, has stolen the show at a metal music concert for her accurate and enthusiastic translation of the song being played. Concert-goer Freddie Ibarra, 48, filmed translator Lindsay Rothschild cross-interpreting the music alongside a stage at the Slayer farewell tour in Austin, Texas. The fan decided to start filming after his attention was swayed from the band and started observing a group of deaf people next to him who were amazed by her talent. The video, which was posted on YouTube and has garnered hundreds of hits, showed the professional interpreter avidly performing sign language to the lyrics of Angel of Death. She was one of the 3 people who took turns interpreting during the 6-hour-long concert last month. Ibarra, of Monterrey, Mexico, said, There was a group of deaf people next to me and it was incredible to see how much they were enjoying it. The crowd did not seem to notice, but I was very impressed, he said. I had seen this at other concerts, but never on one side of the stage. It made my skin crawl with emotion. In 1990, Congress passed the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, which requires concert venues to provide interpreters for deaf attendees. Music concert interpreters say they don't merely translate the lyrics into sign language, but they try to capture the artist's musicality, movement. Whether you drink it for a quick hit of energy or a blast of mental focus, there is no denying a daily hit of caffeine has benefits. But the problem is these effects are short-lived, which means your regular one-a-day indulgence can turn into 2 then 3 or more. If that's the case, you may start to experience some of the common side effects associated consuming too much, including an irregular heart rate, insomnia or dizziness. From how caffeine can affect your body to signs you may be consuming too much, here Female takes a look and offers some alternatives if you are trying to cut down. What are the safe limits for caffeine? In moderation, caffeine is considered beneficial. However, this is generally limited to a daily intake of no more than 300–400 milligrams per day. This roughly equates to 2 medium barista-style coffees, an amount that's thought to be safe for most. This means that it is not commonly linked to side effects of irregular heart rate, insomnia or dizziness. However, it is possible to develop a tolerance to caffeine, which means ever greater doses are needed to achieve the same effect. A rise in body temperature, frequent urination, dehydration, dizziness and headaches, after the energy burst, an even greater feeling of fatigue, rapid heartbeat, palpitations, restlessness and excitability, anxiety and irritability, trembling hands, sleeplessness. Source: Better Health. Victoria. Signs you are drinking too much caffeine. When caffeine intake increases over time, a dependence can form, one that's marked by splitting withdrawal, headaches, regular dehydration, and feelings of lethargy. If you think you may have a problem with your caffeine consumption, it's important to cut down gradually. Substitutes can include herbal teas, kombucha, coconut water, matcha or carob for chocolate. How does caffeine affect the body? Caffeine is classed as a stimulant because it increases the circulation of chemicals such as cortisol and adrenaline in the body. In small doses, caffeine can make you feel refreshed and focused. In large doses, it is likely to make you feel anxious and can lead to sleeping difficulties. The effects of caffeine are usually felt within 30 minutes of it being consumed, and although short-term, anywhere up to 2 hours, these effects can include an increase in heart rate, greater mental alertness and more energy. However, caffeine can also make you feel dehydrated because it is a diuretic. A diuretic promotes the increased production of urine. It has been suggested caffeine does this. The obsession with fluff all started out with those colorful Charlotte Simone scarves. Soon the web was awash with other fluff-tastic offerings, from pool slides to furry trimmed kimonos. Next it was heels that got their furry covering. From Prada to Charlotte Olympia, Fendi to Valentino, everyone began producing furry nice heels. So naturally the high street followed suit. And while the designer pairs available now are eye-wateringly expensive, the designer dupes are much more wallet-friendly. This Charlotte Olympia pink heels are a dream come true. From the pretty pastel hue to the feathery straps and sexy suede lace-up finish, they're elegant as much as they are statement. They're perfect to finish off a little black dress. But when Simi are offering up a double for £463 cheaper, we're not sure we can justify them. Plus, this similar pink offering is just as cute. Finished with faux feathers and faux suede, they're less luxe but the price heavily reflects it. They look the same to us, so we know which ones we'll be bagging. Want more designer doubles? Miss Spap is selling an £18 bikini that looks just like a Kini £260 designer version. Can you tell the difference? Nasty Gal is selling a pair of £30 platform brogues that look just like Stella McCartney £585 designer version 2. Or how about the Fat Dykeman is selling a pair of £12.49 velvet platform. This is the incredible moment a young boy splutters back to life as lifeguards perform CPR on him after he almost drowned in a swimming pool. The 5-year-old stopped breathing after falling into the Bucket Batok swimming complex in western Singapore. The boy's panicked father pulled his lifeless body from the water with the help of 2 lifeguards. A video of the battle to save the boy's life was posted to Facebook by a user named Wang Chichai. The shocking video shows the boy's lifeless body at the edge of the pool. The 2 lifeguards, a man and a woman, are seen trying to save his life. The father slaps the boy's back attempting to get the water from his lungs, and he gets the kiss of life until a lifeguard can attach a breathing device to the boy. And just as it looks as if it is too late, the boy suddenly lets out a piercing cry. He is alive and his father rushes in to pick him up and hug him. A spokesman for the swimming pool said the boy was taken to hospital and is expected to make Rick, you look the same as you did in the single quote 80s. Keep talking, you're a lovely woman. Do you get recognized a lot? It depends. If I have the full quiff going, which I can't fight because I have a calic, then I get more looks. If people are polite then I like it, but when drunk idiots pull their phone out at a urinal then that's not good. What's your new album like? I feel very different about this record, because some bugger might actually hear it. I made an album a couple of years ago called 50, which did way better than any of us thought it would. It went to NO.1. Before that, I'd got to a stage where I thought, I'm probably past it and a bit irrelevant. But I'm doing gigs and people are shuffling along to the new songs, which is an amazing feeling. What music do you like listening to? A real mixed bag from Frank Sinatra to Biffy Clyro. I also play the drums in a 3-piece punk rock band called the Luddites, which is a midlife crisis in the extreme. You're not such a Luddite though, you've got almost 120k followers on Twitter. It's great people can have their say on Twitter, but I think there are times they shouldn't, all the way up to the US president. It's like a drunk call to the X but on a big scale. Weird things happen on social media. There was a rumor that I was dead, so I had to call my mom and say, "Hi Mom, it's Richard. I'm not dead." What did you make of Rickrolling, an internet gag where people click a link and get diverted to the never gonna give you up video unexpectedly? It felt weird. I knew it was just that week's nonsense. It raised my profile, but I don't think it got me more gigs or album sales, because it was just a prank. What do you think when you see the video now? I'm like a different person. I wore my own clothes and we just turned up. The dancing wasn't choreographed, that was pure fear. I remember a man shouting out the window of the tower block, "I'm on nights, turn it down." Are you still in touch with the single quote 80s pop crew? Pete Waterman will come to a gig, but I was never mates with Carly and Jason or Mel and Kim as I was too busy. I went out for dinner with Jason a few years ago to just be human, rather than only seeing him backstage. What's been your biggest extravagance? Nothing really. The most expensive car I bought, the first day I owned it, a truck plowed into it, so it was like the universe was trying to tell me something. Your wife, Danish film producer Leen Bausager, is also your manager. What's it like? It's amazing because when you live with someone they go through it all with you anyway. They know you have good days and also days when you want to punch a pillow. What else do you want to achieve? I'd love a beach dress. Packham, 57, has received a record 4 nods for this year's awards, which recognize innovation and excellence in documentary filmmaking. 2 factuals fronted by the Spring Watch presenter have been nominated in the science category: Chris Packham, Asperger's and Me and the Real T-Rex with Chris Packham. He also features in the Best Domestic category and is up for the Best Presenter award. For the latter award he is up against rapper Professor Green, actress Joanna Lumley and BBC presenters Anita Rani and Stacey Dooley. Sir David's 3 nominations come in the science category, for Attenborough's Wonder of Eggs, and in natural history for Attenborough and the Empire of the Ants and Blue Planet 2. The Great British Bake Off will do battle with SAS, Who Dares wins for Best Constructed Documentary Series. Other titles up for grabs at the event include Best Cinema Documentary and Best Student Documentary. The awards organizers, the Grierson Trust, confirmed there had been a 13% increase in the number of entries for this year's event. The BBC has 45 entries in the running, Channel 4 follows with 21 and Netflix has 7 in the mix. ITV, Channel 5, Nat Geo and Field of Vision each have 2 films apiece, with Sky Arts making a solo appearance for the Sky channels. Chair of the Grierson Trust Lorraine Hegesey commented, "In this era of fake news it's more important than ever that we showcase those who work tirelessly and in often dangerous conditions to bring the truth to the screen." Production company All3 Media is sponsoring this year's event. Its chief executive Jane Turton said, "The shortlist is exciting and showcases the great wealth of talent and creativity within the UK factual industry." The winners will be announced at a ceremony on November 5th. Mick Jagger was among the thousands of fans cheering on England as they went 1-0 up against Croatia. The Rolling Stones singer was seen enjoying the match at Luzhniki Stadium in Moscow, where Kieran Trippier took the Three Lions into the lead with a free kick. The frontman was spotted smiling alongside his 19-year-old son, Lucas, whose mother is Brazilian model Luciana Mourad. At other times he appeared apprehensive after an afternoon of nerves for England fans across the country. Other celebrities are closely following tonight's match, with singer Cheryl revealing she missed the start, tweeting, "I got in 10 minutes late and already missed a goal. Come on England." Back in England, singer Louis Tomlinson was spotted cheering on the team while watching in Hyde Park, London. Piers Morgan posted a string of messages on Twitter as the game got underway. He said, "England are all over them. We're a better team. Stronger, faster, better organized. We can do this. We will do this." After the first goal, Morgan wrote, "Boom. 1-0 England. What a start, Trippier you beauty." Supporters turned the Moscow's Red Square red, white and blue ahead of the World Cup. Sir Paul McCartney has long claimed he played a key role in writing the Beatles' hit song In My Life, despite the track being attributed to bandmate John Lennon. Since Lennon's murder in 1980, the mystery around the track, which was included on the 1965 album Rubber Soul, has gone unsolved. However, scientists who used statistical analysis to sync out loud the musical signatures of each of the songwriters now claim to have a definitive answer. According to the research, which highlights 149 different metrics to determine the musical fingerprints of each songwriter, it is overwhelmingly likely In My Life was penned by Lennon, and that McCartney simply misremembers writing the song. Sir Paul McCartney has always maintained that he put John Lennon's lyrics to music, while Lennon insisted his fellow band member had minimal input in the creation. However, the latest findings reveal that stylistically, there is a less than 1 in 50 chance of McCartney having written the music to In My Life, which is listed as number 23 on Rolling Stone's list of greatest songs ever made. Scroll down for video. Mark Glickman, senior lecturer in statistics at Harvard University, and Jason Brown, professor of mathematics at Dalhousie University, used computer analysis to break down the musical styles of the Beatles. The researchers found a clear difference in how the two musical icons use pitch. McCartney's tracks had a tendency to be complex and varied, while the pitch in Lennon's rarely changed, the study revealed. Consider the Lennon song, Help, explained Dr. Glickman. It basically goes, "When I was younger, so much younger than today, where the pitch doesn't change very much. It stays at the same note repeatedly, and only changes in short steps." Whereas with Paul McCartney, you take a song like Michelle. In terms of pitch, it's all over the place. They decomposed Beatles songs from between 1962 and 1966 and looked at 149 different metrics to determine the musical fingerprints of each songwriter. This allowed the researchers to develop an auditory signature for the artist based on frequency of chords, chord transitions, melodic notes, as well as pitch. The basic idea is to convert a song into a set of different data structures that are amenable for establishing a signature of a song using a quantitative approach. Think of decomposing a color into its constituent components of red, green and blue with different weights attached. The probability that In My Life was written by McCartney is 0.018. Which basically means it's pretty convincingly a Lennon song. McCartney misremembers. Sir Paul McCartney has long claimed he created the classic tune, telling the music writer and broadcaster Paul Gambaccini in the 1970s, "Those were the words John wrote, and I wrote the tune to it. That was a great one." According to McCartney, he set the lyrics to music after finding inspiration from Smokey Robinson and the Miracles. John Lennon always disputed this fact and said only the middle eight and harmonies came from his bandmate. The research also threw a curveball into the mix. after revealing that a track long thought to be penned by Mr. Lennon was actually created by McCartney. The word, also from Rubber Soul, has always been attributed to Lennon, but the researchers claim it is almost certainly by Sir Paul. Sir Paul McCartney will not be responding to the study, a spokesperson for the singer said. Changes in vocal pitch, part of what linguists call speech prosody, are almost as fundamental to human communication as melody is to music. In tonal languages such as Mandarin Chinese, pitch changes can completely alter a word's meaning. But even in a non-tonal language like English, differences in pitch can significantly change the meaning of a spoken sentence. The brain's ability to interpret these changes in tone on the fly is remarkable given that each speaker has their own typical vocal pitch and style. Some have low voices and others high. The brain must track and interpret these pitch changes while simultaneously parsing which consonants and vowels are being uttered, what words they form, and how they combine into phrases and sentences, within a millisecond. Researchers from the University of California, San Francisco, found the brain cells responsible by studying 10 patients suffering from epilepsy in 2017. These cells are located in a small area known as the superior temporal gyrus (STG). As the pitch of the sentence goes high, neural activity increased. What this research showed is that there are specific regions and select cells which can detect differences in pitch. Some neurons distinguish between sound speakers based on differences in their average vocal pitch range. As well as pitch, the human brain also has different regions which help determine between sounds. Some neurons pick up fundamental differences. British tourists could soon be taking intergalactic holidays thanks to the country's first-ever spaceport. Idyllic Highland County Sutherland, in the north of Scotland, has been chosen to be the UK's first space travel hub. Business Secretary Greg Clark announced that the rural community had beaten off stiff competition from Prestwick, Ayrshire, Unst in the Shetlands and Newquay Airport, Cornwall to be handed the exciting new development. The spaceport will host launches of satellites and rockets into outer space before eventually including commercial flights which will venture outside our atmosphere. Space flights could be worth £4 billion to the UK economy in the next decade, said Mr. Clark. Announcing the deal, the government minister said the spaceport would herald a new British space age. A regulatory framework for passengers' trips into space has been to be established, the Mirror reports. However, the House of Commons did pass the Space Industry Bill, which has paved the way for the Highland spaceport. The Sutherland proposal said the Amhoin Peninsula was perfect for blasting rockets out of the planet, thanks to its clear skies, sparse population and abundance of land. Once a mecca for shipbuilding, Glasgow now builds more space satellites than any other European city. Richard Branson is also keen on the idea, hoping to use a Brit spaceport as somewhere he can launch commercial joy rides for space tourists, while the site could also be useful for launching government-backed suborbital science missions. A UK space agency could possibly even add to the £50 million of spaceport funding announced by the government last year. We pay for your stories. Do you have a story for the Sun Online News team? Email us at tips@sun.co.uk or call 020778. A 6-year-old girl was killed after she was accidentally shot in the head by her father while he was cleaning out his gun. Michaela Bowling was shot around 10:30 p.m. on Friday night inside her home in Salem, Indiana. Her father, whose name has not been released, thought the handgun he was cleaning was unloaded. But the gun discharged and the bullet struck Michaela in the head, authorities said. Michaela was taken to the Norton Children's Hospital in Louisville, Kentucky by air ambulance. She was pronounced dead shortly after. The shooting remains under investigation, but the Indiana State Police said it does not believe foul play was involved. Slipping into swimwear does not have to fill you with fear this summer. There are tummy-tamming and bust-boosting one-pieces available to fix you into shape. Control cossies are making waves on the high street, and we are here to help you find one that makes the most of your figure. Siobhan O'Connor has scoured shops in the hunt for the best on the market and asked size 16 model Alo Hickey, 23, from North London, to give her verdict. Tribe Vibe Molded Cup Swimsuit, 76lb-lmilingry.com. By now Alo said, "The optical illusion works wonders but the neckline flattens my bust instead of enhancing it." Plunge tie-hole tunic, 40lb-fig leaves. By now Alo said, "The ruching and V-bar detail immediately draws attention away from problem areas. Along with the neckline and block color I think this one piece is very flattering." Secret Slimming Padding Swimsuit, 29lb-50 By now Alo said, "The print and darker shade is more flattering and it's handy that you can swap and change straps. The slimming technology inner layer control fabric is effective. Lose up to an inch swimsuit, 45lb-williams.co.uk. By now Alo said, "This was very tricky to get on. It took me a while, but a good swimsuit should be a good fit. It is comfortable, though, and holds me in completely. Swimsuit with white flowers, 35lb-Debenhams." By now Alo said, "I love the neckline on this one, the only downside is the ruching on the tummy. There's too much excess fabric, which makes you look bigger." Shares in Sky rose on Thursday morning after U.S. media giant Comcast submitted a new and improved £26 billion offer to acquire the British broadcaster. The offer trumps the £24.5 billion implied valuation put on the table by Rupert Murdoch's Fox. Comcast said it has secured the backing of Sky's independent directors for the £14.75 per share offer, which is marginally higher than Fox's £14 a share bid made less than a day earlier. The ball is now back in Fox's court with another even higher offer to acquire the 61% of Sky it does not already own, far from ruled out. Sky's shares are sitting 2% higher for the session on Thursday morning at £15.23p. The fact that the shares are trading above the Comcast offer price means the market sees a high probability of Fox hitting back and the war continuing. Brian Roberts, chief executive of Comcast, said, "We are pleased to be announcing a recommended increased offer for Sky today. We have long admired Sky, which we believe is an outstanding company and a great fit with Comcast. The fight for Sky forms part of an ongoing battle for survival and supremacy in the entertainment industry, with the traditional players having to make big moves to fight off rising powers such as Netflix and Amazon. Alongside the Sky takeover, another U.S. corporate heavyweight, Walt Disney, is seeking to buy most of Fox's American entertainment assets. Murdoch's pursuit of. With winter in full swing, many Australians are looking to faraway shores for rest, relaxation and all-important sunshine. Traditionally, Bali has been the one-stop shop for Aussie travelers and sun worshippers alike. But new statistics released by booking site Skyscanner reveal Indonesia's island paradise has been tipped from pole position. The #1 destination for Australian holidaymakers in 2018 may come as a surprise, with exponential numbers flocking to Japan. Recent research from Japan's National Tourism Organization showed a staggering 170% growth in trips to Japan since 2013, with more wanderlust enthusiasts flocking to the land of the cherry blossom than historic favorites like Thailand, Fiji and Indonesia. This information is supported by Skyscanner Australia, who declared a 35% increase in bookings to Japan over the last 12 months. More than 440,000 Australians visited Japan in 2017 to enjoy diverse sights and attractions including temple exploration, annual cherry blossom season and seaside resorts like the island of Ishigaki. Speaking to Escape Online, senior travel consultant at Hello World Black World Cassandra Oates said Japan is their hottest destination at the moment, and she believes this is thanks to global current affairs and the varied experiences Japan has to offer. It's such a safe destination. The volcanic action in Bali can put people off, so they are trying somewhere different, she said. Skiing is also very popular and it's easy to get around on the train system. Sydney-based executive director of Japan's tourism organization Kanawaka Bayashi said the country's appeal lies in its difference. We offer experiences that can't be found anywhere else in the world, like eating yakitori in a laneway bar and chatting with locals, soaking in a natural hot spring with a view of Mount Fuji, or even hiking along an ancient trail and visiting beautifully preserved post towns. Australian tourist reviews praise the culture-rich nation for being clean, diverse and cheaper to travel to with newly released direct flights. And the trend looks set to grow even further over the coming years with the 2019 Rugby World Cup and 2020 Olympic Games slated to be held in the birthplace of sushi. To enable visitors to tailor-make their adventure to the land of the rising sun, Skyscanner recently launched Experience Japan, a platform providing informative city guides. It's hard not to get the blood flowing when you zip into a G-suit, clip an oxygen mask to your face, and tear around the skies at 8 miles a minute pulling 4G at 250 feet above the ground. British Airways Boeing 777 First Officer Sophie Polwin, 36, is waxing lyrical about her flying experiences. But don't worry. She's not describing flights for the national carrier. Miss Polwin, originally from Canada, is telling Mail Online Travel about how exhilarating it is to fly ejection seat fighter aircraft in the Canadian Air Force, where she served before transitioning to civilian airliners. She adds, formation flying was also genuinely exciting. There is something about being feed from another aircraft and relying on hand signals or pre-briefed maneuvers to relay what is going to happen next. Formation landings and touching down side by side on the same runway were particularly awesome and satisfying. Miss Polwin is one of hundreds of ex-armed forces pilots flying with BA. She says, the airline is very proud of its people who have served, or continue to serve, and through its managed path scheme it bridges the gap for those who are coming out of the forces and looking for a second career with the airline. In the military I flew the Slingsby Firefly for my primary flight training, followed by the Harvard II T6 for my basic flying training. I was then selected for jets and moved on to the Hawk 115 for advanced flying training. After graduating on the jet with my military wings, I became a pipeline instructor, which means I stayed within the training system I had just graduated from and taught on the Harvard II. My final posting within the Canadian Air Force was at 437 T Squadron in Trenton, Ontario, on the Airbus 310 known as the CC-150 Polaris. This fulfilled a multi-role of transport, tanking and VIP operations. I was incredibly fortunate to have flown the Prime Minister and Governor-General of Canada, on separate occasions, safely returned troops home after deployments in Afghanistan and delivered fuel to multinational fast jets over the southern Mediterranean in support of Operation Elemi in Libya in 2011. Being an airborne gas station, calcine petrol, in that environment was nerve-wracking, because we had a critical role to serve whilst having to stay out of harm's way and ensure that we didn't run out of fuel ourselves. It was fascinating to have other countries and aircraft we hadn't refueled before coming up alongside and requesting a top-up. Miss Polwin lives in Lincolnshire with her husband, who is a fast jet pilot. He flies Typhoons with the RAF. And his squadron took part in the Libya operation. Ms. Polwin says, disappointingly we weren't in theater at the same time. She says that the main difference between flying a jetliner and a military aircraft is the handling. She continues, the key difference between flying a fighter jet and an airliner, such as the B-777, is the raw handling of the aircraft. Airliners have slimmer margins for things such as surface ceiling, how high the aircraft can climb before running out of energy, G-force tolerance, angle of bank and many other elements. Airliners are very much automated and can even be landed without the pilot touching the controls. This is called an autoland and is used when the visibility at the airport is below a certain limit. Of course the pilot is then needed to taxi and park the aircraft, and communicate with air traffic control. Fundamentally, flying an airplane is the same no matter what the aircraft type. The transition from one to the other, meanwhile, was tricky. She says, transitioning from a military aircraft to the B-777 certainly wasn't easy, just as doing anything for the first time is expected to take practice. There's a lot more to operating the B-777 than simply flying, such as working as a team with the other members of the crew, learning about the complexities of the company and delivering top-notch service to customers. There is a lot to learn and absorb in a tight time frame, but this is achieved with state-of-the-art flight simulators, fully digitized manuals, and experienced colleagues to guide and mentor trainees. After almost 2 years, I still feel that I am learning something on every trip, so the training never stops. I must say that I was nervous and excited the first time I took off at the controls of the B-777. The simulator is very realistic, but being in the aircraft for the first time is a completely different experience. I think I was too busy to be nervous for long as there are so many checks to follow before the aircraft can get airborne. Also, Heathrow is such a busy airport that despite the taxi time being quite long, there is always a conversation going on over the radio or other aircraft to look out for. And if something should go wrong, she feels her military training puts her in good stead to deal with it. She says, "Having been a military pilot, I would like to say that I can remain calm under pressure and I'm good at working with a team. The military taught me core values such as integrity and respect, but I also learned to use my voice if I felt strongly enough about something." All good too. At least 20 people have been injured and one passenger was fighting for their life after a plane crashed into a field near South Africa's capital this afternoon. Photographs taken by bystanders show the wreckage of a Convair plane lying in a field on the outskirts of Pretoria after apparently crashing into a building. At least 19 injured in plane crash near a residential area called Deport, which is near the Wonderboom Airport, emergency services say, according to press agency AF. The charter plane has Martin's Air Charter on aside its fuselage. Russell Myring, a spokesman for paramedic company ER24, says the injuries range from minor to critical. Photographs from the scene show a damaged charter aircraft in a field and a damaged building which the plane apparently flew into. 2 Air Medical Services helicopters have also been pictured at the scene, while a building nearby appears to have been destroyed. Photographs on social media claim to show inside the passenger plane show a badly damaged interior. It is unclear whether the plane had been full with passengers when it came down. Authorities are investigating. We pay for your stories. Do you have a story for the Sun Online News team? Email us at tips@sun.co.uk or call 0207 782 4368. You can WhatsApp us on 07. Researchers with South Africa's new radio telescope have released a stunning image of the Milky Way's center, revealing a glimpse at the area around its supermassive black hole in unprecedented detail. The 64-dish Meerkat telescope was inaugurated on Friday after a decade in design and construction, and is already proving its incredible capabilities. The amazing new image captures a region 25,000 light-years from Earth, peering through the clouds of dust and gas. We wanted to show the science capabilities of this new instrument, says Fernando Camillo, chief scientist of the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, SARO. The center of the galaxy was an obvious target, unique, visually striking and full of unexplained phenomena, but also notoriously hard to image using radio telescopes. Although it's early days with Meerkat, and a lot remains to be optimized, we decided to go for it, and we're stunned by the results. While typical telescopes can't see through the thick dust, X-ray and radio wavelengths are able to get a more detailed look. This image is remarkable, says Farhad Yousafzadeh of Northwestern University of Evanston. The Meerkat image has such clarity it shows so many features never before seen, including compact sources associated with some of the filaments, that it could provide the key to cracking the code and solve this 3-decade riddle. The 64-dish Meerkat radio telescope was inaugurated in the remote South African town of Carnarvon on Friday. Built at a cost of 4.4 billion rand, Meerkat will be incorporated into the Complex Square Kilometre Array (SCA) instrument, which when fully operational in the late 2020s would be the world's biggest and most powerful radio telescope. Up to 3,000 dishes co-hosted in Africa and Australia will then be able to scan the sky 10,000 times faster with 50 times the sensitivity of any other telescope, and produce images that exceed the resolution quality of the Hubble Space Telescope, scientists said of SCA. Meerkat will address some of the key science questions in modern astrophysics. How did galaxies form? How are they evolving? How did we come to be here? And for those purposes Meerkat is the best in the world, said Fernando Camilo, chief scientist at the South African Radio Astronomy Observatory, which built and operates the telescope. At an inauguration attended by government officials and foreign dignitaries, Camilo released new images taken by Meerkat of the region surrounding the supermassive black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, some 25,000 light-years away. We didn't expect to use our telescope so early in the game. It's not even optimized, but to turn it to the center of the galaxy and obtain these stunning images, the best in the world, tells you you've done something right, better than right, he told Reuters. Meerkat is a follow-up to the Cat-7 Karoo Array telescope, built in the vast semi-desert Karoo region north of Cape Town to demonstrate South Africa's ability to host the SCA. Its name is a play on words. In Afrikaans, meer means more, as in more kat single quote. But it also refers to the small mammal native to the Karoo and famed for standing on its hind legs to view the world. Besides groundbreaking astronomy research, Meerkat is also pushing boundaries in big data and high-performance computing, with the likes of IBM helping develop systems able to handle the dizzying amount of data fed from each individual antenna to supercomputers buried deep underground to limit radio interference. The biggest radio telescope of its kind in the southern hemisphere, Meerkat looks like a cluster of eggs when you first see it about an hour's drive outside Carnarvon da Cuba. Up close, each sensitive dish is almost as high as a 3-story building, rotating on a fixed pedestal as it scans the sky. Chosen because of its remoteness, with hills providing an extra shield against radio interference, the project site is a main African base for hundreds of antennae that will eventually be placed as far as Kenya and Ghana. The first phase of SCA-1 in South Africa is to add 133 antennas to that of Meerkat, said Rob Adam, SCA International board member. The expansion is expected to start next year, said Adam, with the first prototype dish built in China already on site about 450 kilometers north of Cape Town in the Northern Cape Province. Meerkat will operate independently before being incorporated into SCA-1 sometime around 2023, Adam said. Discovery of pulsars. British astronomer Dame Jocelyn Bell Burnell was the first person to discover a pulsar in 1967 when she spotted a radio pulsar. Since then, other types of pulsars that emit X-rays and gamma rays have also been spotted. Pulsars are essentially rotating, highly magnetized neutron stars, but when they were first discovered it was believed they could come from aliens. Wow! Radio signal. In 1977, an astronomer looking for alien life in the night sky above Ohio spotted a powerful radio signal so strong that he excitedly wrote, "Wow!" next to his data. The 72-second blast, spotted by Dr. Jerry Emmon through a radio telescope, came from Sagittarius, but matched no known celestial object. Conspiracy theorists have since claimed that the "wow" signal which was 30 times stronger than background radiation, was a message from intelligent extraterrestrials. Fossilized Martian microbes. In 1996, NASA and the White House made the explosive announcement that the rock contained traces of Martian bugs. The meteorite, catalogued as Allen Hills AL 84001, crashed onto the frozen wastes of Antarctica 13,000 years ago and was recovered in 1984. Photographs were released showing elongated segmented objects that appeared strikingly lifelike. However, the excitement did not last long. Other scientists questioned whether the meteorite samples were contaminated. They also argued that heat generated when the rock was blasted into space may have created mineral structures that could be mistaken for microfossils. Behavior of Tabby's star. In 2005, the star, otherwise known as KIC 8,462,852, is located 1,400 light-years away and has baffled astronomers since being discovered in 2015. It dims at a much faster rate than other stars, which some experts have suggested is a sign of aliens harnessing the energy of a star. Recent studies have eliminated the possibility of an alien megastructure, and instead suggests that a ring of dust could be causing the strange signals. Exoplanets in the Goldilocks zone. In 2015 and February this year, astronomers announced they had spotted a star system with planets that could support life just 39 light-years away. 7 Earth-like planets were discovered orbiting nearby dwarf star TRAPPIST-1. A South Korean company that said it had found a long-lost Russian treasure ship, causing a stock market flurry, has apologized after admitting it had not gleaned any riches from the wreck. Startup Schapelle Group announced last week it had discovered the imperial vessel Dmitrii Donskoi off South Korea's east coast, saying the ship was believed to contain gold bullion and coins worth $130 billion. But financial regulators on Wednesday launched an investigation into the firm after news of the discovery caused the stock price of Giles Steel, a company in which Schapelle's founder had acquired a large stake, to jump fivefold. Critics noted that in 2003 another firm had already sparked a stock bubble by announcing the discovery of the Donskoi, which sank in a 1905 naval battle against Japan. Today, Schapelle said it may have gone overboard on the claims and apologized for the misunderstanding, saying speculation on the value of treasure contained within the ship was based on news reports and unverified documents. "We sincerely apologize to the people for this irresponsible citation," said Choi Yong-seok, the firm's CEO, bowing before TV cameras and photographers at a press conference. Giles Steel stock had hit £5,401, £3.67, but nosedived to around £1,785, £1.21 on Thursday, while Schapelle replaced its board members and changed its name to Schapelle Maritime Technology Company. At the press conference, the company played a brief clip of underwater footage that appeared to show the ship, with the word Donskoi visible on the hull, but it stopped short of entering the wreck. Observers have also questioned whether the claims were aimed at funneling investment into a virtual currency which Schapelle Group in Singapore had recently started to issue. Choi insisted Schapelle Group in Singapore had nothing to do with Schapelle Group in Korea, although the two companies' founders are siblings, and Schapelle Group in Singapore has been selling virtual coins, reportedly with a promise of handsome returns in case treasure is salvaged from the ship. He also said Giles Steel is not associated with Chanel, although Chanel's founder had acquired the stake in Giles Steel before the discovery of the sunken ship. Experts have said Imperial Russia would have no reason to load vast treasure on a ship that was going into battle, and have also noted that there was a safer land route to Vladivostok, the treasure's supposed final destination. A Russian campaign group had previously demanded that the entire fortune be returned to Moscow as a goodwill gesture. Yaroslav Livansky, an official of the Russian public movement to commemorate those who died defending the motherland, led the calls. Livansky, who was also head of a salvage group in eastern Russia, said, "The cruiser is a priceless find for Russia, an invaluable relic, a symbol of our heroic and tragic past, a part of military history of Russia. Therefore whatever was discovered on board of the cruiser is inseparable from the overall value of the find. The armor on the side of the hull is well preserved while the cannons, machine guns, anchor and steering wheel are all still in place." Fighting took place in modern-day northeast China in 1904 to 1905 after Russia and Japan clashed over trading ports and the Korean peninsula. Japan declared war and attacked Port Arthur on the same day. The attack was planned to neutralize the Russian Far East Fleet while it was still in the port. In the Battle of Port Arthur, 3 of Russia's largest navy ships, Tsarevich, Retvizin, and Pallada, were significantly damaged. One Russian ship, the Petropavlovsk, escaped Port Arthur and was sunk by mines. A second, the Pobeda, had to return to port. While Japanese attacks were successful at sea, land attacks against Russian forces initially failed. But at the Battle of Liaoyang, Russian forces sent to support Port Arthur pushed back by Japanese. It also left them with land from where they could fire on Russian ships in Port Arthur Bay. Every ship in Russia's Pacific Fleet was sunk by the end of 1904. In January 1905, Russian Major General Anatoly Stasel, commander of the Port Arthur garrison, surrendered. Demoralized Russians had to watch as Japan took control of the Korean peninsula in just a couple of months. Russia surrendered Port Arthur to the Japanese and had to recognize Japanese control of Korean peninsula. The costly, humiliating series of Russian defeats in the Russo-Japanese War left the Russian Empire demoralized. The losses added to anger in Russia at Tsar Nicholas II, and ultimately the descent would lead to the Russian Revolution in 1917. Source: History.com. A large number of iron boxes were also discovered in the ship's hold, which were assumed to contain gold. The firm originally pledged to donate 10% of their find to help develop Ulleungdo, which is a largely uninhabited island but an important tourist destination for South Korea. Development plans would have included a museum dedicated to the ship, according to the Telegraph. Divers from salvage firm Chanel Group had been searching for the wreck for years and finally located it on July 14 at a depth of 1,400 feet around a mile off the coast of Ulleungdo. The Donskoi was launched in 1883 and spent most of its life operating in the Mediterranean before being deployed to Russia's 2nd Pacific Squadron in 1904 after much of Russia's Far Eastern forces were destroyed by Japan. The warship was guarding transport vessels at the rear of the convoy when it was intercepted by a much larger Japanese fleet in May 1905. What followed became known as the Battle of Tsushima and was disastrous for Russia, with 21 of its 38 ships sunk and 4,500 killed, compared to just 3 Japanese ships lost and 117 dead. The Donskoi escaped the battle itself, though was badly damaged and began steaming for the Russian port of Vladivostok. Before it could get there, it was intercepted by the Japanese, who opened fire. At least 60 of the crew were killed and 120 more wounded, including Captain Ivan Lebdev, who ordered the ship to anchor off. Airbnb owners and the media must share the blame for crimes linked to African-Australian youth, a South Sudanese community leader has said. Ring Mayor, chairman of the South Sudanese Community Association of Victoria, SCAV, said the owners of Arab party houses had to take some of the burden for subletting their properties to host out-of-control parties where homes were trashed, neighbors assaulted and police targeted. Mr. Mayor believes the homeowners are partly culpable for the destruction and vandalizing of their own homes by the Airbnb guests. What are the contracts in place, if I may ask the house owners, and how are they leasing these houses to the young people who may come with unruly behavior? He asked the Australian. Are they aware that when they rent houses to those kids, and there are so many of them, that there'll be problems? When Mr. Mayor took on the role of chairman of the SCAV, he promised to address crime rates and acknowledged the community had a problem with youth offending. However, he denies his community has a youth gang problem and instead accused the media of unfair reporting. The statistics indicate that there are no gang crimes with the South Sudanese or any other group. It's just the media which does that often, says there are gangs, he said. Stereotypes and discrimination become the forefront of reporting, therefore young people are unsettled in schools, some of them become homeless. This is the ripple effect of unfair reporting. Mr. Mayor and the SCAV were anchored by the 7 Network's Sunday night program, which last week covered African gangs in Melbourne. The group said that report indicated that the media were disregarding anti-racial discrimination laws. Mr. Roger Perry died at the age of 85 at his home in Indian Wells, California, following a battle with prostate cancer, according to The Hollywood Reporter. The character actor appeared in dozens of movies and television programs, and had a lengthy career on stage during the course of his 50-plus years in the entertainment industry. One of his most famous roles was as Captain John Christopher in NBC's Star Trek episode Tomorrow is Yesterday. The actor's daughter, Dana Perry McNerney, confirmed the news of his death. Perry was previously married to Joanne Worley, and has been married to actress Joyce Bullivan since 2002. He is survived by his wife, brother Nick Perry, son Chris Perry, his previously mentioned daughter Dana and grandson Parker McNerney. Lucille Ball discovered the young actor and put him under contract to Zelu Studios. He co-starred with Pat O'Brien in the ABC series Harrigan and Son, as well as the 90-minute drama Arrest and Trial with Chuck Connors and Ben Gazzara. Perry also appeared in NBC's The Facts of Life, starting in its 3rd season as the headmaster at the Eastland boarding school for girls. He also appeared in a number of features, including The Thing with Two Heads and Roller Boogie. Perry was born on May 7, 1933, in Davenport, Iowa, and made his on-screen debut in 1959 on an installment of Westinghouse's Zelu Playhouse. The blue-eyed actor was furthermore a composer and songwriter, and Barbra Streisand sang his song "A Kid Again" during her first TV special, 1965's "My Name is Barbara." He also composed the scores for LA theater productions of Make a Promise, Keep a breathtaking new virtual reality experience will transport you right into the 3,000-year-old tomb of the Egyptian queen, Nefertari. She's perhaps best known as the favorite wife of Ramses II, who had a sprawling tomb built to guarantee her a royal place in the afterlife, but Nefertari was no trophy wife. Experts say the queen was a revered intellectual in her time, and made major diplomatic and strategic contributions to the kingdom, according to the team behind the new VR project. The new experience recently launched on the Steam Store and Viveboard, and combines 3D scanning and photogrammetry to capture the inside of the tomb in unprecedented detail. Scroll down for video. Nefertari, Journey to Eternity is now available for free, though you'll need an HTC Vive to get the full experience. Xperius VR teamed up with CuriosityStream to document the ancient tomb that lies in Egypt's Valley of the Queens. Photogrammetry requires thousands of photos and scans to create more realistic 3D models, Xperius explains. Using this technique, the experts were able to document the incredibly well-preserved artwork throughout the tomb, which has come to be known as the Sistine Chapel of ancient Egypt. From vivid paintings of the guardians of the underworld, to countless hieroglyphs and the ancient gods, the stunning VR tour captures the site as the original artists and architects created. All lighting was done in engine in real time, and optimized for VR at 90 frames per second, the team explains. This means that you'll never see any shadow or light variations burned into the textures, allowing the environment to be used for countless different projects and lighting scenarios, according to Xperius VR. We're also running extremely high texture qualities using some advanced techniques and softwares, which allow us to really push the limits of what we can achieve visually. This also means that the environment asset is future-proof through the next generations of VR. Given its fragility, the tomb is only open to those who can pay a hefty fee. Egyptologists believe Nefertari was the favorite wife of Ramses II, who lavished her with a beautifully ornate tomb in the Valley of Queens after her death. Her ancestry is unknown, but historians believe she was not of royal descent. Evidence suggests that she would have been around the same age as Ramses the Great, who lived from 1303 to 1213 BC. She is thought to have been a royal wife for at least 25 years, giving birth to 4 sons. During this time she played an important role in foreign affairs of the dynasty. It is unclear how she died, but records indicate her health may have failed over a period, before she died around age 40 in 1255 BC. Though it was restored by the Getty Institute and Egypt's Supreme Council for Antiquities in 1986 to 1992, it's susceptible to damage from bacteria and fungi. When I started the project with the Getty, we all agreed that we cannot open the tomb to the public. But we can open it to groups who would pay a high fee. Zahi Hawass, an archaeologist and former Minister of State for Antiquities, told Live Science. Visitors must pay an entrance fee of 1,000 Egyptian pounds, $56. According to Hawass, a virtual tour will save the tomb. In addition to threats from fungus and bacteria, The tombs are also always at risk of earthquakes and other natural disasters in the Luxor Desert, the Experience team explains. No, because of this project. TV's Steph and Dom Parker, 51 and 53, draw on their 20 years of marriage to solve your relationship problems. Q. I'm at the end of my tether with my husband. Once a week, we look after our grandchildren, aged 2 and 4. I enjoy spending time with them and am happy to help my daughter now that we are in our late 60s and retired. However, the issue is that my husband does nothing all day and leaves me responsible for practically all of the childcare. In the morning, the little one is dropped off at ours and it's absolutely exhausting. Then, at 3 p.m., I have to go to pick up my grandson from reception, too. To top it all, my husband still expects dinner. The worst part is, it's bringing back memories of when we were raising our own children, except this time he's not at work, he's just sitting on the sofa or falling asleep with his newspaper. I'm not as young as I once was and can't do it all on my own. Every time I bring it up, he just says I'm far better with the grandchildren and he doesn't want to get in my way. It's driving me mad. Please advise. Steph says, I'm not at all surprised by the situation and I'm not sure why you are either. 'Twas ever thus in your relationship. When your family were young you stayed home and did the childcare. Why would your husband expect that things have changed now? Of course, he might just be being lazy, men often are, after all, but I suspect this is a generational thing and that traditional gender roles are deeply etched in your husband. So here's what I think you should do. You don't have a snowball's chance of getting him to change spontaneously, so do it cleverly. You need to use this entrenched gender divide to your own advantage. Appeal to his masculinity. Tell your strong, brave man that you're flagging and need him to prop you up. Explain that you could do it with ease when you were young, but now your energy is dwindling and you're struggling. Because I suspect you really are struggling and you really do need help. Looking after young children is tough, but here's the thing, looking after someone else's young children is doubly tough. This is one of those things that people rarely talk about, but the reality is that your grandchildren are not your children. All mothers know that with our own we often act on instinct, almost like autopilot. But when you're in loco parentis, you can't do that. The decisions you make, even the mundane ones like giving them an extra cup of milk or letting them watch a bit more telly, have to be made while second-guessing what mom would do. And that's both exhausting and anxiety-making. This period in a woman's life can be absolutely wonderful, but it can also be difficult. The relationship between mother and daughter can become strained when Granny starts taking Mummy's place, even if it's only for one day a week. I wonder whether you're feeling some of this strain and looking for a little more emotional support as well as practical help. If so, then I'd discuss it with your husband, too. Tell him how stressful you find the constant decision-making, and how much you'd appreciate his input. If he still doesn't help, then talk to your daughter. Someone needs to give you a break here. Dom says, how lovely to be allowed and to be able to look after your grandchildren. What a shame it's not for more than one day a week. Many people are not so lucky. But it is certainly true that a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old would be a handful to look after at any age. You're in your late 60s, So I take my hat off to you for finding the energy. Now, what to do about your husband? You are resentful because you think your husband is lazy. He may well be, but it's also possible that his behavior masks insecurity. Your grandchildren are your daughter's pride and joy, not to say much loved by their grandpa, too. I'm sure he will not want to get it wrong. When your own children were young, he was out at work, and probably genuinely very busy, which means he has absolutely zero experience of childcare. He may well be scared. Plenty of people would be terrified at the thought of it all. But that doesn't mean that the situation can't and shouldn't change. You are in a routine, both of you, and you need to disrupt it. If you don't, nothing will change. After all, your husband is perfectly happy with the current status quo. You could start by standing up to him and demanding he alters his behavior. But I think actions speak louder than words. The easiest and quickest way to make a change here would be to come home from babysitting and announce you're exhausted and heading to bed. There will be no supper. You can make yourself a sandwich. He can make himself a sandwich. Withhold dinner and in no time at all you'll find him receptive to the idea that he looks after the kids for an hour or so while you conjure something up in the kitchen. If that doesn't work, I'd go further. I'd create a drama and pop out for an hour, leaving the children in his care. I'd forget your phone while you're at it. You don't need to worry. The 41-year-old presenter has been in the presenting business for decades and has built up a close friendship to co-presenters Ant and Dec through their years on Britain's Got Talent. So it makes sense the catchphrase host would immediately point out a similarity to the hugely popular National Television Awards winners if he saw one. Today the presenter grinned and introduced his 3 contestants on the latest episode of the ITV quiz series. Realizing player 2 was called and Stephen couldn't resist joking with the hopeful. He giggled, "And you're up next. How's Dec?" Stephen then quipped, as the audience burst out laughing. "Waity," Stephen declared, clearly pleased with himself. "Straight in there," he added with a chuckle. But the contestant didn't seem to find the joke as funny, as he remained silent through the presenter's comments. What's more, later on in the show there was another dose of Ant and Dec. In one catchphrase, there was a picture of an ant next to a deck of cards. Grinning as the realization dawned, fellow contestant Claire jumped up to press her buzzer. "Ant and Dec," she declared, as Stephen nearly fell apart laughing. "Is correct." He giggled, before addressing Ant himself. "How could you not have got that?" he teased. Unfortunately, Ant failed to get to the super catchphrase round, but Stockton on T's contestant Claire proceeded to swipe another £10,000 and a holiday to Cuba. She missed out on the chance to win the ultimate £50,000 prize, but joked she didn't care when Stephen revealed her winnings. Trying to share her elation through her tears, Claire thanked her host profusely for the opportunity to play the life-changing game. The Newtons stepped out on Friday night, making a brief stop at Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner's DC home. Steve Mnuchin, White House Treasury Secretary, was photographed with his wife, Louise Linton, arriving at Ivanka and Jared's Kalorama home around 8:50 p.m. on Friday. Mnuchin, 55, was decked out in a dark-colored suit, white button-down shirt and shiny light blue tie. Linton, a 37-year-old model and actress, wore a $2,295 navy off-the-shoulder Roland Moret dress. The newlyweds, who married last year, appeared to stay at Ivanka and Jared's house for only a short amount of time. They were seen leaving the first daughter's home around 9:35 p.m. Nuchin and Linton wed in 2017 after meeting 4 years prior at a mutual friend's wedding. Donald Trump and wife Melania attended the ceremony at Andrew W. Mellon Auditorium in D.C. and Vice President Mike Pence officiated. The couple lives in a $12.6 million home in the Massachusetts Avenue Heights neighborhood of D.C. and own a house in the Upper East Side of New York City. In a February interview with Elle, Linton opened up about her marriage, saying that their personalities could not be more different. "He's ice and I'm fire. I like to try everything, taste everything. I love to explore. And he is much more habitual," she said. "He likes what he likes. We balance each other out nicely." The couple's visit comes days after Ivanka announced that she was shutting down her namesake fashion brand to focus on her duties at the White House. She's currently one of the top advisors at the White House. "After 17 months in Washington, I do not know when or if I will ever return to the business, but I do know that my focus for the foreseeable future will be the work I am doing here in Washington," she said in a statement on Tuesday. "So making this decision now is the only fair outcome for my team and partners." Ivanka stepped away from the company more than a year ago over concerns on how her family would profit from her father, Donald Trump's presidency. Duct tape. It's a must-have household item almost everyone has in their homes, right? Well, for reasons we still can't understand, wrapping yourself in the super-strength stuff is the latest fashion trend. And now duct tape bikinis have officially made their runaway debut. Yes, you read that correctly. Last week, models took to the runway for fashion brand Black Tape Project to show off the experimental style. As part of a Miami Swim Week show, the styles ranged from glitzy gold swimwear chic to the more obvious "I've wrapped myself in black duct tape" look. But if donning tape instead of a conventional corsé wasn't daring enough, let's just say this style isn't for the faint of heart. Leaving very little to the imagination, these startling pieces of swimwear are effectively made up of a strip of tape covering the nipple and crotch area. We have officially seen it all. Literally. And we can only imagine what a nightmare they must be to remove. Yeah, this takes the pain of removing a wet swimming costume to an entirely new level. And don't get us started on the sticky tape bums. Although one thing duct tape does have going for it, these bikinis are literally tailored to your shape, making unflattering muffin tops and saggy shapes a thing of the past. But when all is said and done, we'll be leaving this one to the professionals. Someone pass the lycra. But this isn't even the first time duct tape bikinis have made ripples on social media. Here's everything you need to know about Black Tape Project. The bikini is the new swimwear trend Kendall Jenner and Rita Ora are loving. And it'll give you instant curves this summer. And if duct tape bikinis aren't your thing, here's where you can buy a misspap dupe of the 200. Scottish archaeologists have unearthed a 2,000-year-old wooden bowl, believed to be a Stone Age drinking vessel, from an underground chamber on Orkney. The bowl is the oldest found on the island to date, and was unearthed in an underground stone-walled chamber, which is accessed by a secret set of stairs. It is believed the mysterious chamber was sealed when the broch, the term to describe ancient circular stone towers in North Scotland and its adjacent islands, was abandoned sometime between the late 1st and mid-2nd century AD. Researchers have nicknamed the centuries-old wooden bowl cairns cog. In Orkney, a cog is a traditional alcoholic drink consumed in a wooden vessel at weddings and passed around to celebrate the marriage. Scroll down for video. Archaeologists from the University of the Highlands and Islands Archaeology Institute found the bowl beneath the cairns broch, on South Ronaldsay. The bowl, which has an inverted rim, a globular body and rounded base, is made from alder and is around 12 inches (30 centimeters) in diameter. It's miraculous that we've got this wooden vessel. It's really quite unprecedented preservation for a northern broch, said site director Martin Carruthers, lecturer in archaeology at IE Archaeology Institute. In appearance, the bowl is similar in shape to certain of the pottery vessels of the period, and in particular it looks like the sort of vessel we suspect to have been used for serving food or drink. Its round base makes you think that it would have been required to be constantly held when full, and perhaps used socially, passed around from hand to hand, person to person, he said. The Iron Age in Britain started around 800 BC and finished in 43 AD when the Bronze Age began. As suggested by the name, this period saw large-scale changes thanks to the introduction of iron-working technology. During this period the population of Britain probably exceeded 1 million. This was made possible by new forms of farming, such as the introduction of new varieties of barley and wheat. The invention of the iron-tipped plough made cultivating crops in heavy clay soils possible for the first time. Some of the major advances during included the introduction of the potter's wheel, the lathe used for woodworking, and rotary quern for grinding grain. There are nearly 300 Iron Age hill forts in the UK. Some were used as permanent settlements, others were used as sites for gatherings, trade and religious activities. At the time most people were living in small farmsteads with extended families. The standard house was a roundhouse, made of timber or stone with a thatch or turf roof. Burial practices were varied, but it seems most people were disposed of by excarnation, meaning they were left deliberately exposed. There are also some bog bodies preserved from this period, which show evidence of violent deaths in the form of ritual and sacrificial killing. Towards the end of this period there was increasing Roman influence from the western Mediterranean and southern France. It seems that before the Roman conquest of England in 43 AD they had already established connections with lots of tribes and could have exerted a degree of political influence. After 43 AD all of Wales and England below Hadrian's Wall became part of the Roman Empire, while Iron Age life in Scotland and Ireland continued for longer. Archaeologists believe the bowl dates from the same period as the broch. However, radiocarbon dating will be required to determine the exact age. The scientists came to the conclusion the bowl was most likely used to share drinks after ruling out other possibilities. One previous suggestion was the bowl could have been used as a bucket to lift water out of the base of the chamber, which could have served as a well. However, archaeologists believe it is not large enough, and its shape makes it inconvenient to be placed on the ground after lifting water. However, if it were used to gently scoop smaller quantities of water from the base of the chamber and pour them out elsewhere, transferring to a larger bucket or, dare I say it, poured as a libation, then I think that might be closer to the mark, perhaps, Dr. Carruthers theorized. As well as the wooden bowl, archaeologists also found preserved plant fibers, some of which appear to be woven together with human hands. At least 2 other wooden objects, which appear to be pegs or stakes similar to modern tent pegs, were also uncovered. There was a lot of other waterlogged plant material, including grasses, heather and seeds. Ancient insect remake. Stormy Daniels' heavily publicized strip club tour in Washington, D.C. had a modest turnout on Monday evening, after getting overshadowed by President Trump's Supreme Court announcement the same night. The 39-year-old adult film star failed to fill the venue for her Washington debut, even with a number of journalists buying $50 general admission tickets to attend the show. Many of the VIP seats, which cost up to $3,500 and included free champagne and dark and stormy shots, were unfilled at Monday's show at the Cloakroom. The fans who did show up on time for the 6 p.m. show were forced to wait over an hour and a half, watching other acts including nude body-painted performers, until Daniels showed up. Daniels, wearing a casual white and black striped top, was ushered into the cloakroom quickly by several security guards and her personal photographers and declined to speak to reporters. It was the first time the 39-year-old adult film star has come to Washington since going public last spring about her alleged affair with President Trump. She previously turned down an invite to the Washington Correspondents' Dinner. But her much-publicized Monday night performance at the Cloakroom in D.C. was eclipsed by anticipation for President Trump's nomination to replace Supreme Court Justice Anthony Kennedy. Trump teased the Supreme Court announcement over the weekend, before scheduling it for 9 p.m. Monday evening, right in the middle of Daniels' stage time. I have long heard that the most important decision a U.S. president can make is the selection of a Supreme Court justice, will be announced tonight at 9 p.m., wrote Trump on Twitter. Daniels, also known as Stephanie Clifford, has been headlining strip clubs around the country on her Make America Horny Again tour, with stops in San Diego, Baltimore, New Orleans and Detroit. Monday's show in D.C. is the closest proximity Daniels has been to Trump since it was revealed that his personal lawyer Michael Cohen paid her $130,000 in hush money during the election. That payment and other financial transactions by Cohen have come under scrutiny from special counsel Robert Mueller, who was investigating Russian interference in the presidential election. Daniels was scheduled to perform twice on Monday night and twice on Tuesday. Her second show had a slightly better turnout, but it was not anywhere near a capacity crowd. Admission started at $50 a ticket with plenty of seats still available as of Monday afternoon. There were also a number of unbooked VIP tables for Monday and Tuesday night, including a $3,500 skybox that included private seating for 12, 2 bottles of house champagne, free cocktails, a round of dark and stormy shots, and truffle popcorn. Even Daniels' outspoken attorney Michael Avenatti, a cable news fixture since signing her as a client, didn't end up making it to the show. Her 2-night event at the Cloakroom in Washington, D.C. was previously postponed from June legal reasons, according to a club spokesperson. Daniels is currently suing both Trump and his attorney Michael Cohen for defamation, a lawsuit that has been complicated by an ongoing federal criminal probe into Cohen. U.S. District Judge James Otero placed a 90-day stay on the defamation suit in April due to potential conflicts with the criminal case, and rejected a request by Daniels' lawyer Michael Avenatti to resume the lawsuit in late June. Daniels also asked the club to institute a strict no-media policy. "She is very adamant, no press allowed," one club employee told DailyMail.com. "She was very devious about that." Journalists have flocked to Daniels' previous shows, according to reports. One reporter was allegedly kicked out of a performance in Greenville, South Carolina, after putting his face in Stormy's cleavage, and another was booted for secretly filming the show. One Vice reporter griped that her act at a Long Island club was no longer than 10 minutes and pretty anticlimactic. Daniels drew national attention in January, after news emerged that she received a $130,000 payment from Trump's attorney Michael Cohen during the 2016 election, in exchange for staying quiet about her alleged affair with Trump. In March, Daniels went public with claims that she and Trump had a brief sexual relationship in 2006 after meeting at a celebrity golf tournament. At the time of the tryst, Trump's wife Melania was pregnant with their son Barron. Daniels said the two had textbook generic sex and claimed she spanked him with a magazine that had his picture on the cover. She said Trump later offered to get her a spot on his reality show Celebrity Apprentice, and about a year later invited her to his hotel room again to watch Shark Week. Trump has denied the relationship, and Daniels sued. Stranger Things have put out a new trailer for the upcoming third season on Twitter. It certainly takes a very different turn from the usual teasers for the Netflix show. In a classically 80s-style video, viewers are shown a promotional video for a new mall in Hawkins, Indiana called Starcourt Mall. The voiceover is set to some retro synth beats as it talks through the shops that can be found in the shopping center. The trailer ends with by saying coming next summer, which seems to hint at the eventual release date for the third installment. The date may disappoint fans as it is later than expected. The first season of the program aired in July 2016, while the second arrived in October 2017. But it looks as though viewers will be waiting until 2019 this time. However, also toward the end of the clip, Steve Harrington, played by Joe Keery, appears with new character Robin, who is played by Maya Hawke. The pair are working in an ice cream parlor called Scoops Ahoy. But how will she get involved with the supernatural secrets of Hawkins? The official character synopsis for Robin reads, Robin is an alternative girl who is equal parts sharp and playful. Bored with her mundane day job, she just wants a little excitement in her life. And gets more than she bargained for when she uncovers a dark secret in Hawkins. Could it be that the mall will feature heavily in the third season? The next season will have 8 episodes as confirmed by Netflix. Chief Jim Hopper star David Harbour previously spilled that the third series would probably not hit screens until 2019. He told Variety, I think we're supposed to go into production around April 2018. We'll see, though. I mean, one of the things that's annoying for fans is that it takes us a long time to do them. You probably won't get Season 3 until sometime in Warning, this article contains spoilers for Stranger Things Season 2. Netflix has just dropped a fun teaser trailer for Stranger Things Season 3. While the spooky nostalgia series isn't due back until sometime in 2019, the new promo has excited fans. Released on Twitter, the 1.27-minute video hints at a brand new setting which is set to be an integral part of the forthcoming season. In the guise of an advertisement, the clip is a promotional commercial for a new shopping center in Hawkins, Indiana called Starcourt Mall. Posted via the Stranger Things Twitter account on July 16 with the caption, "Ahoy! Something is coming to Hawkins, Indiana." The retro 80s ad advertises the new mall as the place to be in the town. WHO is in the cast of Stranger Things Season 3, with a voiceover from new character Mayor Klein, played by Carrie Ells. The trailer very cleverly recaptures 80s pop culture, displaying old shop fronts and showing customers out in their finest attire. Families, friends, and of course teenagers, can come together to shop, hang out, dine and enjoy, the cheery voiceover narrates. The ad appears to be sponsored by ice cream parlor Scoops Ahoy, where a familiar face is working behind the counter. Steve Harrington, Joe Keery, recites his job's motto, "Ahoy!" rather apathetically before another new character, Robin, Maya Hawke, awkwardly joins in. Stranger Things Season 3 release date, trailer, plot. On the surface, the teaser appears to be a cheerful introduction to a new setting for the forthcoming series. However, series creators, the Duffer Brothers, are known for their attention to detail and seem to have planted a few clues to keep fans on their toes ahead of the release, which is likely going to be a year from now. The ad plays up the all-American-ness of both Hawkins and Starcourt Mall. It refers to Hawkins as the shining example of the American dream, and the retail center as one of the finest shopping facilities in America and beyond. But in a close-up of Walden Books, the book displayed in the window is 1984 novel The Hunt for Red October, which follows Soviet defectors to the U.S. Where is Stranger Things Season 3 filmed? Are the showrunners hinting that there will be some Soviet interference in Hawkins in the new series? Fans will remember a Russian agent in Season 1 that 11, Millie Bobby Brown, was forced to spy on psychically, so perhaps there is some connecting to those events yet to be explored. At this time in the 80s, Cold War tensions were still prominent. There are other hints that suggest that Starcourt may not be as patriotic as it claims. The quick voiceover at the end of the ad says, "Starcourt is an all-American subsidiary of Starcourt Industries, an international enterprise." How to watch Stranger Things Season 3 online. One Reddit user speculates, "I think this is where the political intrigue of a Russian influence is going to tie in." Starcourt also fits directly with the communist flag iconography if you divide it into the star and court parts. It could be a backing for those shady underdealings. Sick. The emphasis on Scoops Ahoy also hints that the ice cream parlor is set to be important in the upcoming run. Is Dr. Brenner alive in Stranger Things? We know that Stranger Things constantly plays homage to 80s horror and sci-fi movies, so the Duffers will have more than likely drawn inspiration from some classic sources. The trailer ends with "coming next summer," which many are taking as a hint to the season's actual release date also. Stranger Things Seasons 1 and 2 are currently streaming on Netflix. Good Morning Britain fans are used to seeing Laura Tobin presenting the weather every morning. But on today's edition of the ITV show, the brunette beauty hinted she could be about to join Strictly Come Dancing. The hit talent show has kept its 2018 lineup under tight wraps, but has one cat just been let out of the bag? Kate Garraway insisted Laura will be a welcome addition to Strictly. "Laura's got some brilliant moves, you know," she gushed. "She would be amazing on Strictly. We're pitching her for this year." Eamon laughed. "Watch her moves around the weather map." Laura joked, "All we can hope for is we get further than Charlotte Hawkins did." But will Laura be able to get further than her Good Morning Britain? Appearing on Loose Women today, Ross made a Strictly Come Dancing confession. He was joined on today's show by Brian Connolly, who appeared on the BBC competition last year. Ross, 54, told the panel he had been invited on the program back when it first began in 2004. The former EastEnders actor spilled, "True story, I have been asked. I think it was the first series." "Really?" asked Brian. Ross continued, "I'd been in Afghanistan out with the Royal Anglian Regiment. I got back to Camp Bastion, got signal on my phone expecting loved ones. Are you safe? We can't wait to see you." However, the message he really got wasn't the one he was expecting. Ross, "It's the BBC. Would you like to be in a new dance series?" he said. Nadia Sawalha went on to ask, "So are you a bit of a dad dancer now?" "I am. I've been accused of being a dad dancer and an old man dancer," Ross admitted. Rumors have been circulating about who will be joining the lineup for the 16th series. One star who is hotly tipped to take place is Good Morning Britain weather girl Lucy Verisme. According to the latest odds, Lucy could soon be taking to the dance floor. Bookmaker Coral revealed earlier this week that it was cutting the odds on the 37-year-old, giving the show a go to just 2-1. She's also 8-1 to take home the Glitterball trophy already. A spokesperson for the bookies said, "When the rumors first began that Lucy might join the Strictly class of 2018, we saw a rush of bets on the star winning the show. And if she does line up amongst the dancers, you can almost guarantee that she would be a popular contestant." The exact date for Strictly's return is yet to be revealed. However, the BBC have confirmed the launch show is set to be recorded in advance on